Welcome to the City Council's September 8th regular City Council meeting. This is a teleconference meeting with the City Council, city staff, and members of the public participating remotely to ensure proper social distancing in this state, federal, and local emergency. First, I would like to introduce staff and City Council members present: Vice Mayor Drew Combs, City Council Member Kat Carlton, City Council Member Betsy Nash, and City Council Member Ray Mueller. Staff present: our City Manager, Starla Jerome Robinson, Interim City Attorney, Cara Silver, and our City Clerk, Judy Herron. Ms. Herron, would you please provide instructions to the City Council and members of the public on how the meeting will proceed?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor, and again, echoing the welcome to all of you who have joined us for our September 8th regular City Council meeting. At this time, we're going to ask that the City Council remain on screen, engaging your own webcams and microphones. For City staff, they will engage their webcams and microphones when making presentations to the City Council, as well as answering any questions or providing input for the City Council. For members of the public who are with us, after the mayor calls for public comment on the item that you have public comment on, please engage that hand feature located on the top right side of your screen. This will alert us that you have a public comment on the current item, and I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at that time. I'd like to direct everyone's attention to the handouts, again located on the top right side of your screen, where we have the agenda as well as an updated attachment A for item G2 for the City Council as well as members of the public. And finally, all web form public comment that was received has been added to the agenda and available to the public as well as the City Council. And that concludes the introduction. Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. At this time, are there any informational items the City Council will be pulling for discussion at the end of the meeting? No? Okay, we'll move on. The next item on the agenda is public comment. Under public comment, the public may address the City Council on any subject not listed on the agenda. Each speaker may address the City Council once under public comment for a limit of 3 minutes. Please clearly state your name and address or political jurisdiction in which you live. The City Council cannot act on items not listed on the agenda, and therefore the City Council cannot respond to non-agenda issues brought up under public comment or other than to provide general direction. At this time, Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public has a general public comment on item C, as displayed on the screen as public comment, please engage that hand feature. I'll have the opportunity to open up your mic and you can address the City Council at this time. Our first hand up is Thomas Wong. Thomas, if you would like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
And I'm here with my wife, Lorraine Wong. We live in the Willows in Menlo Park. We're responding to both an issue that we have faced over the last 6 months, and apparently there's a huge thread on it within Menlo Park residents about a significant overcharging of our residential water bill. We have spent money on plumbers. We have spent money, we have requested for the water people to come out and measure our things. Our charge is largely 3 times larger than it was before sort of the October, November period. And the threads relative to Menlo Park residents is that it has something to do with the Menlo Park Tier 2.
The new water billing company, and there's a lot of differences for Tier 2. and there's a lot of, we're being charged 3 to 4 times as much as we had been since October, and a lot of people in Menlo Park are having the same problem, and it's all about tier 2 water charges. And when we communicate this with the new billing company, they say there's a water leak, and so you need to find someone to come out and look at it. We've had several plumbers, there's no water leaks, and many other people have said the same thing. And some people have gotten refunds and other people haven't.
So we'll stop there because there's a minute and a half left. But have you heard of this issue and how?
Mr. Wong, we did lose you after you had mentioned the minute and a half.
We were just
We
wondering.
were simply saying, does the city council have they heard of this issue where there are lots of threads on it? And can you address this issue?
Thank you for your public comment. Our next public commenter is Hayward Robinson. Oh, before I call you Hayward, let me, and Councilmember Carlton had her hand raised, Mayor Taylor.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that you explained so that people didn't think we were being rude, that we are unable to discuss or comment on things that come before us in public comment, other than to bring them up separately with staff and bring things back. I didn't want that speaker to think that we were being dismissive. There are just limits on what we can do with public comment. Legal.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Starla Jerome Robinson.
Yes, so I appreciate that. And if I may, I think we have recently become aware of an increasing number of complaints, and our staff will actively be looking into it. So the most productive way to reach the staff is to contact our water department. We'll post a phone number to call, I think, and that way we can independently look into these complaints. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this time we were, oh, pardon me, looks like Councilmember Mueller may have his hand raised.
Yeah, I just would note as informational to the agenda that there is an item on the agenda later on this evening touching on the water district where council members will be able to comment in this subject area. So for those who are listening who may find this to be less than satisfactory, you might want to stay tuned.
Thank you very much. Okay, so at this time, I will be opening up the mic for Haywood Robinson. If you would like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Great. Good evening, council members. Thank you for taking the time to of your Tuesday. So if you notice, I look out my window here. It's kind of orange out there. We're in day, I'm not quite sure which straight consecutive spare the air day. And one of the issues is what can we do locally? And of course, most of these things seem very big and outside of our control, but Menlo Park does have an ordinance on the books that prohibits the use of gas-powered leaf blowers on spare the air days. And the part of the challenge is that most people are unaware of this ordinance. And so it's left to residents to call the non-emergency line of the police department, or to speak with neighbors, or send emails, or post on Nextdoor. But it's really a pretty frustrating process to sort of go one by one to get people to be aware. And what you find is most people, when they are aware, are very happy to comply and want to be able to do something. So I'm looking to the city. I think there's some low-hanging fruit here where the city could use its communication capabilities. I just sent you a somewhat lengthy email on this subject, so you can see the specifics of what I've suggested. But I think, you know, social media posts, the website, the weekly newsletter, you know, letting people know that the spare the air days are in effect, And of course, there are other things that people can do besides just complying with the leaf blower ban. They can, it's a good time to remind people that wood burning is prohibited by the air district itself, encourage people to drive less, and just in general be a good time to be aware of what's going on. Finally, I think this is also, unfortunately, I think this is the new normal, appears to be. This is the third or fourth straight year that we've had really poor air quality in the area. And I think it's time for the council to address the larger issue of, using these gas-powered devices that are really ancient technology, two-cycle engines that are heavily polluting. It's time to take that on and make it a priority. I know you've been asked before about this, and I know you've sort of thought about it, but there's been some reluctance. I think it's time to get going on that. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. So this is the final call for public comment on item C, which is general public comment. And Mayor Taylor, seeing no further hands raised, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for your public comment. We do have the water rate study on our study session that will happen after the presentations. And also, Mr. Robinson, this actually came up at my office hours today as far as spare the air and the gas leaf blowers. And we can talk to our public information manager, Clay Curtin, about adding a reminder, not just to our website, but also to the weekly digest. So thank you. And Ms. Herron, I have in my notes to call for public comment on items D1 and D2, the proclamation for National Preparedness Month, and also the proclamation for National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on either items D1 or D2, these are our proclamations as listed on the screen for national preparedness, as well as National Suicide Prevention Awareness. Please engage that hand feature at this time, and I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone. And our first public commenter will be Lynn Bramlett. Lynn, if you'd like to address the City Council at this time, you may.
Hello, Council. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, it's so nice to see your faces again and to be here. And I want to say how happy I am on behalf of myself and all others who want to help get the neighbors prepared at your proclamation for National Preparedness Month. So I think you've all been very supportive of this effort. I especially want to thank Mayor Taylor and Ray Mueller and Councilmember Carlton too for also being block coordinators. I think this will make a significant difference, just the support and the proclamation in our efforts to get more residents, more households, and especially more neighborhoods prepared to work together, to have a plan, and then when a disaster comes, as we know it will, to work together after. So I'm convinced I know it will help save lives, reduce property damage. I would love to quantify the benefit. I haven't yet, seen that. We know it's there, but anyway, this is a huge help. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comment. This is a last call for any comments on our proclamations, D1 and D2. Seeing no further hands raised. Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The first proclamation is the National Preparedness Month for September. Whereas the state of California is prone to major disasters, and whereas California often suffers severe fires during the hot, dry summer seasons, and in a major fire, residents may only have minutes before they must evacuate. Power may also be shut down for extended periods to prevent a wildfire, and residents need to be prepared. And whereas Menlo Park and the surrounding county is also subject to major floods and everyone's lives in an area with some flood risk, and whereas California has the highest risk from damaging earthquakes in the United States, and scientific evidence indicates that the Bay Area is overdue for a major earthquake. Secondary disasters may include numerous fires and numerous vehicle accidents, and whereas when disasters strike, the entire Bay Area may sustain catastrophic damage to buildings, roads, and airports, and bridges and infrastructure may be down for days or weeks. And whereas during the COVID-19 pandemic, a major disaster would compound the difficulty of socially safe distancing measures should residents need to evacuate or relocate, and whereas the loss of life and property and injuries can be greatly reduced if appropriate preparedness efforts are taken before a major emergency, and whereas Menlo Park's residents must be prepared in their residence with the peace of mind that they and their families are prepared for major emergencies, whereas after a disaster, our neighbors will be the first people that we will see. Getting to know them ahead of time and having a plan to work together until outside help can arrive helps to reduce emotional and physical pain and suffering and the burden on our first responders. And whereas the time it takes for our city to recover following a significant emergency will be greatly reduced by a well-prepared community, and whereas the people of Menlo Park can hasten recovery from a major emergency by being prepared at work and at home, and are thus strongly encouraged to make emergency preparedness efforts. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, I, Cecilia Taylor, Mayor of Menlo Park, do hereby recognize September as the Menlo Park National Preparedness Month, and we urge our entire community to take tangible actions to prepare for emergencies to make our community safer for all people. The next proclamation is for National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month. Whereas September is known around the United States as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month and is intended to help promote awareness surrounding each of the suicide prevention resources available to us and our community. The simple goal is to learn how to help those around us and how to talk about suicide without increasing the risk of harm. And whereas suicidal thoughts can affect anyone regardless of age, gender, race, orientation, income level, religion, or background. And whereas according to the CDC, each year more than 41,000 people die by suicide, and whereas suicide is the 10th leading cause of death among adults in the United States, and the second leading cause of death among people aged 10 to 24 years old. And whereas the city of Menlo Park is no different than any other community in the country, but chooses to publicly state and place our full support behind local educators, mental health professionals, athletic coaches, PAC leaders, police officers, and parents as partners in supporting our community and simply being available to one another. And whereas local organizations like the San Mateo County Health Suicide Prevention Department and national organizations like the National Alliance on Mental Health Illness are on the front lines of a battle that many still refuse to discuss in public, as suicide and mental illness remain too taboo a topic to speak on, and whereas every member of our community should understand that throughout life's struggles, we all need the occasional reminder that we are all silently fighting our own battles, and whereas I encourage all residents to take the time to inquire as the well-being of their family, friends, and neighbors over the next few days and to genuinely convey their appreciation for their existence by a gesture they deem appropriate. A simple phone call, a message, or video chat can go a long way towards helping someone realize that suicide is not the answer. Now, therefore, Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that I, Cecilia Taylor, Mayor of Menlo Park, on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2020 as National Suicide Prevention Awareness Month in the City of Menlo Park. That concludes our proclamations, and the next item is D3, a presentation on our fiscal year 2020-2021 budget update. To introduce this item is Mr. Dan Jacobson, our Assistant Administrative Service Director. Oh, excuse me, Councilmember Carlton.
Certainly. I wanted to thank you in particular for the proclamation on suicide. I think it's really critical. There's an old Robin Williams quote where he said, "Everyone is going through something that you know nothing about. Be kind." And I love that not only did you do this proclamation, but you invited us all to reach out to someone that we know. And I don't know if you all know, but 5 years ago, my Uncle Earl shot himself in the head, and he killed himself, I think, as a result of a disease that he had that was incurable. But it hits really personally, and so I just wanted to thank you. And I love the way you did that, and I love the call out, and I will reach out to someone tomorrow. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton.
Mayor Taylor, pardon this brief interruption. I did have a hand subsequently raised. Wanted to know if I could open up their mic to see if they had a public comment on one of the proclamations.
Yes.
Thank you. So George Papalos, I've unmuted you. If you'd like to unmute yourself and let us know, do you have a public comment on one of our proclamations this evening? And this is for George Papalos. If you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time. If you do not have a microphone capability, you can use the chat or question feature. And, oh, looks like you might be able to unmute yourself after all. Perfect.
Yes. Hello, my name is George Paplos, and I'm for Ann's Coffee Shop. I'm sorry if I'm talking at the wrong time or what. I'm very nervous about the opening the street on Santa Cruz Avenue. Are we there
Okay.
yet? Really sorry for
Oh,
taking
no.
your time.
Thank you for checking. No, I appreciate that. We actually haven't gotten to that item yet. But when we do, you can use that same hand feature that you've just engaged, and I can get you to the correct section of that public comment for the Santa Cruz closure update.
Got it. So the hand feature, I'm assuming I would push it with right now it's showing red. Would I be pushing it to turn green or?
So right now it is green for us. So we see it as a raised hand.
Okay. So I have
right.
it red. Okay. Well,
Perfect.
just to let folks know, I am here. So if I do delay, because this is my first time, please leave an extra second
sure
for me to
will.
raise my hand.
You
virtually.
got it. Thank
All right.
you.
Thank you. I apologize.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. You may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and welcome, Mr. Papalos. Mr. Jacobson, we're moving to item D3.
Yes, good evening, Mayor Taylor, members of the City Council. Judy, can you make me a presenter so that I can share my screen, please? Are you able to see the presentation at this point?
We can. It's not in full screen mode yet.
How about now?
Perfect. Thanks, Dan.
All right, thank you much. So as was promised several times during the budget development cycle, this for the current fiscal year, that is fiscal year 2020-21, it is a living document, and the City Council will have the opportunity to view it, review it, make changes as the year goes on. Given that it's been slightly over a month since you last had a budget discussion, we figured it was just about time. So this budget discussion will focus on the first quarter of fiscal year 2020-21. It should be fairly brief tonight, but do have several things to go over. We'll talk about some major revenue categories that staff has been focused on, been keeping an eye on as indicators. We'll talk about some program operations. There's a typo there, that should be planned clerical amendments. So these are relatively straightforward, not major operational changes, but some cleanup items that we will need to do just based on how the budget was developed this year. And then some opportunity for additional direction by City Council for upcoming action items that the City Council will be seeing in future meetings. So jumping into those major tax revenue categories, these are the categories that staff is really using to keep a close look on how the city's revenues are going. Though there are a number of other revenue categories, not all of them are as easy to track at this point in the budget cycle, just due to the seasonality of a lot of operations and the changes in some of the operations. So these are what we consider to be some of the canary type revenue categories. So property taxes, the single largest tax source for the city. Transient occupancy tax, that is TOT or hotel tax frequently. This was one of the most impacted areas, so one of the ones that we want to keep the closest eye on. And then sales tax. So the first two, the property tax and TOT, we'll get into a little bit more in depth. I will just say for sales tax, this one is tracking almost exactly with what we expected for the budget. So the amount that was budgeted is looking very much like the amount that will actually be collected. So we won't have any additional information on that one other than to just say that no amendment seems necessary at this time. So looking at property taxes, several things to keep an eye on here. One is the assessed valuations, that is the amount that taxpayers pay on the value of their property. So just some timing considerations. The assessed rolls were finalized in July of 2020. That is, of course, as everyone knows, kind of a difficult time to really extrapolate too far in terms of what those changes will be. So that is to say that there may be some substantial changes down the road in terms of negative adjustments to assessed valuations, but those will take months at a minimum and years to fully identify if they do come to fruition. So one of the major things here is an uncertainty in actual collections. This is really related to the operating cycles of a number of taxpayers and depending on what is going on in their individual situations. So while there is no indication at this point that actual collections will be less than assessed values, that is certainly a possibility. One other major area that we frequently keep an eye on and like to update the council on regularly is the Educational Revenue Augmentation Fund, ERAF, which is frequently known as excess ERAF for those jurisdictions which receive a refund on this transfer. So the city was notified in spring of this year that the Department of Finance was doing a method review for this County of San Mateo for the way excess ERAF had been distributed in recent years. So there was a fair amount of uncertainty with how that might end up. That said, the first half that the city received for fiscal year 2020-21 is fairly level with the amount in 2019-20. And this is consistent with the amount that is included as sort of a matter of regular practice in the city of budgeting 50% of what excess ERAF has been for prior years. And so that really is coming in about even with what was budgeted. That said, there is uncertainty in the second half. So pending this Department of Finance review, there may be adjustments that change the second half excess ERAF distribution to either decrease it or fully eliminate it, and we'll have more information on that later in the fiscal year. So the last thing shown here is just the assessed valuation. So as I mentioned, the rolls were finalized in July. When the city prepared the budget, it was a very conservative approach. Property taxes were essentially even in the current fiscal year compared to the prior fiscal year. The assessed valuation changes substantially exceed that. However, that said, the uncertainty previously mentioned does argue for taking a more conservative approach and not necessarily making an amendment at this time unless council desires differently. So the next major category that is sort of that canary category is the transient occupancy tax. As council and the community may recall, this was the most single impacted area, or one of the most single impacted areas, certainly in terms of taxes. There were several program revenues that were impacted to a similar degree, but not general taxes the way TOT is. So by way of reminder, fiscal year 2019-20 had an adopted amount of 10.25 million. That was amended late in the fiscal year to 6.75 million. So this is a $3.5 million reduction, just in anticipation of the stay-at-home order, essentially closing hotels throughout the area for what was anticipated to be a 3-month period, and potentially, and the expectation that there was already some reduction in travel and staying at hotels prior to that time. The initial actuals are actually higher than the amended amount, so this is good news. That said, the April to June occupancy average was only 24%. So in comparison, typically high 60s would be what would be expected in terms of an overall across all operators average. So the average over this percent was, the occupancy over this time was substantially lower than what would typically be expected. In terms of fiscal year 2020-21, again, a very conservative approach was taken here, though not the most pessimistic view. The adopted budget does include $4.72 million in transient occupancy tax. Based on the number of current confirmed non-operating facilities, so these have verified to the city staff that they are not currently taking reservations and allowing people to stay. 5 major operators throughout the city. This doesn't seem to require an amendment at this point either. So it's a little early to tell in terms of what the full fiscal or what the full year will bring. But that said, there's no indication that this is wildly optimistic or pessimistic at this point. So in terms of operations, just wanted to very quickly touch on a couple of things that are important from a budgeting perspective. The first one is personnel expenditures. So the city is a service organization. Personnel expenditures are the largest single category of expenditures for the city in any given year. And one major change this year compared to prior years was no budgeted vacancy factor. That really was in recognition of the fact that the number of positions that were removed from the city's authorized personnel listing was so high that the city essentially started with almost 0 vacancies going into the year, and just based on the market conditions anticipated that it would be a lower actual vacancy rate than had been seen in prior years. That said, there are currently 7 full-time equivalent positions which are vacant, including 1 in public works, which is relatively new. So the net effect of this is that there are some savings compared to the budget amount based on actual vacancies versus a budgeted vacancy factor. Just moving down in terms of other operations, sort of put these into several buckets, one being regular operations. These are the operations which are essentially continuing the same way now as they did prior to the pandemic. Modified operations, so these ones have substantial changes but are still operating with some semblance of what they were prior to the stay-at-home order. And then the last are primarily remote operations. So these are operations which would have been in City Hall or their regular work areas in the past and are primarily remote at this point. So under regular operations, these are sort of what you might expect and the ones you would see out in the community, including police, maintenance staff from public works, and building inspectors out doing inspections. The modified operations are the folks that if you need to go to City Hall for a number of these cases or other city facilities, you might see them, including building permits, childcare, the senior nutrition program continues, and then several other activities are modified. And then the last one, so city manager's office, administrative services, and some of the professional staff from community development and public works who do not have the need to actually physically go into the office are primarily remote. So I would just point out that there are some of us who have not been in the office since March 11th or thereabouts. So that said, one subset here that is of particular interest to the community is childcare. So this is an area of focus for continued analysis. Staff are working on that at the moment, taking a look at enrollment trends and the pandemic response and how guidance from the health officer from the county and state change and how that can be incorporated. And then just any items of note from the 2 sites, that is Menlo Children's Center, MCC, and the Bellhaven Child Development Center, or BHCDC. So for these operations, we are currently taking a look at them. There is an informational staff report which can be expected either on the 15th of this month or the 22nd of this month, so we will verify that. But there will be an opportunity to dive much deeper into the actual operations of childcare, understanding that it is one of the most sensitive but also most changed operations due to the pandemic. So one of the other areas that we wanted to touch on was clerical amendments. These are really more cleanup items than anything else. The first is for capital improvement plan or CIP ongoing projects. Just by way of a brief reminder, though I'm sure it's top of mind for most folks, the operating budget was adopted on June 23rd, so right at the end of the prior fiscal year. The CIP, just given all of the things that were going on, was pushed into July, so it was not adopted until July 28th. Typically, these two are adopted together, so there's no need to do any sort of mid-year cleanup other than the standard amendments, which happen typically in January or February for a fiscal year. So the major thing here was that during the operating budget adoption, the carryover money, so the money appropriated for those projects which were started in prior fiscal years and planned to continue into the current fiscal year, those amounts were all estimated, so there were appropriations for all of those so that work could continue. However, they were not allocated to their particular projects given that the CIP had not itself been adopted at that point. So one clerical amendment will just be to allocate those to the particular projects that they are funding going forward. The other is pretty straightforward, and these are just recent appropriations. So these have happened during the current fiscal year, but were not included in the operating budget adoption that happened back in June. So there is a short-term rental compliance, there is telework policy implementation and contract planning support. All of these appropriated some amount from the unassigned fund balance of the general fund, and so the clerical action there would just be to formally make those amendments. So in terms of requested direction, staff does not require any direction tonight, though if council does desire to see additional first quarter amendments or has additional questions or direction about operating changes, those could be addressed at this point. And with that, this concludes my presentation. I will point out that, as I mentioned during the budget cycle, I am not the subject matter expert for many of the operations within the city, though the subject matter experts are standing by. So depending on the question that council has, may be directed to one of those rather than me.
Thank you, Mr. Jacobson. Are there any questions from the council? Councilmember Nash?
First question is on the property taxes. There was a distinction between the city and former RDA. I would just, I'm not familiar with that. If you could explain that, please.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Nash. The only reason that it was shown in there that way is because that is how the county reports to us. So there is a tax increment from the former RDA which separates the assessed values based on time that they happen. So really the only reason that it was reported that way is because that's how the county reports it to the city.
Thank you. And on the TOT slide, actually, could you put the slide back up, please?
Absolutely. Give me just a moment.
Thank you.
Can you see the presentation again?
Yes. Thank you. So with the actual, my question is, we have deferred payments for some hotels. How is that reflected on here? Actually, I guess. So.
It's a great question. The actual number is the amount that is owed the city. So some of that $7.84 million has not actually been collected. It is anticipated that that is the amount that will be collected due to those operators who have requested a deferral telling us how much is owed to the city by the individual operator. So that amount in cash has not been collected. However, that amount of revenue is what is expected.
Thank you. And then currently there's 5 non-operating facilities. How many are there operating?
So we haven't received responses from all of the facilities. Typically many of the ones that we've received responses from are those who requested deferral. So there may be some which are not operating but didn't request a deferral, and so they simply haven't communicated with the city, and that's honestly not too atypical, depending on, since some of them are fairly small operators. So I would say that I can't say for certain how many that leaves. I would not be surprised if 5 is a relatively low guess, but probably not wildly low.
So how many would there be pre-pandemic?
On the order of a couple dozen. On the order of a couple dozen, though that does include large hotels as well as a number of other sort of smaller facilities, either like apartment complexes that may rent out some of the buildings some of the time, or some of the units some of the time, to individuals renting out, say, a single room. So those in total are several dozen, a couple dozen really.
And are the ones who are non-operating some of the larger hotels? I had heard at one point that Rosewood was not operating. Are they? And I also know that they're one of the, if not the largest generation of TOT.
Yes, so that 5 does include several large operators. It does also include at least 2 what I would consider fairly small operators.
Thank you. And then on the slide 6 with citywide operations, do we, actually this isn't for now, but at some point it would be helpful to know how the outdoor rec and virtual classes are going, sort of what the attendance is, what the budget is, and how all of that is working.
Absolutely. So the staff can certainly look into that, and that is important direction for us to identify which things to look into further.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carlton.
Thank you. I just wanted clarification on the 5 hotels that say they're not operating. Are they not having people stay there? Like, for example, the Park James Hotel, I'm not sure if people are staying there or not, but I know that they're doing a lot of programming because they have the outdoor space to bring people in and basically stay in business by the bar and restaurant, or the restaurant at least. Are any of those 5 still operating in some form or fashion with the restaurant, or are they completely not operating at all?
So that's an excellent question, Councilmember Carlton, and I don't know that we distinguish that. So we know that they are not taking short-term rentals and therefore not collecting transient occupancy tax, but that does not mean that they are not operating in some other capacity, as you point out.
I was just wondering if they were generating any tax in other ways other than the TOT. Okay, thank you.
Are there any other questions from the council before we go to public comment? Councilmember Nash, did you want to wait until after public comment? Okay. Ms. Herron, can we take public comment at this time?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item D3 regarding the presentation for fiscal year 2020-21 budget update, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So again, this is public comment for item D3 regarding the budget presentation. And I am seeing no hands raised. Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash?
Thank you. A question about childcare where we didn't get any information, but I just wanted to find out. There are grants available at this point, including the San Mateo County Child Care Relief Fund, and I wanted to see whether we are applying for those.
Good evening, Sean Reinhardt, Director of Library and Community Services. We're constantly on the lookout for grants to support our operations. We can certainly look into the one that you just mentioned. Not currently pursuing that one, but we can definitely look into it.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions on this item? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Jacobson, for the presentation. And I'm not sure if this has already happened or not, but if you can email the council with the slides, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. I can do that at the conclusion of the meeting. It's Dan, that works for you. Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is item E1, which is a study session. Study sessions are an opportunity for city staff to introduce an item that will require policy direction from the City Council in the near future. City staff will provide a brief presentation. I will then call for public comment. After public comment, the City Council will discuss the matter interactively with staff. The City Council will not take an action on items addressed in the study session. The City Council may provide direction to city staff for preparation of an additional analysis or information necessary when the item returns to the City Council for action. At this time, we will receive an update on the Menlo Park Municipal Water Operations, including revenues, rates, capital projects, and billing services, and provide direction on water rates. To introduce this item is our Assistant Public Works Director, Chris Lamb.
Good evening, City Council. Can you hear me?
You sure can. Thank you, Chris.
Okay. And let me go ahead and just share my screen real quick.
So Chris, we're seeing an Excel spreadsheet at the moment. Oh, perfect.
How about now?
And we're seeing it as the notes version opposed to the full screen show.
Councilmember Carlton?
Certainly. While we're waiting, I was just going to follow up on something that was mentioned. The Bellhaven CDC did submit an application for the Child Care Relief Fund.
Thank you for the information.
And Chris, it still looks like we may not be in full screen mode. Maybe display settings. Yeah, try the swap. Perfect. Thank you, Chris. Yes,
okay.
That's great.
Apologies for that. Okay. Good evening, Council. Chris Lamb, Assistant Public Works Director. As the Mayor mentioned, I'm here tonight to give you an overview of Menlo Park Municipal Water. Some of the topics for tonight's agenda are a quick overview again of the water system. We'll go over the water fund, water rates, billing services, and some of the impacts that we've experienced as a result of the pandemic. We have a couple of requested directions that we're seeking from Council tonight. One is to confirm proceeding with a rate study in 2021, and also to provide direction on whether to proceed with a low-income rate program, potentially identifying alternative funding, and when to implement that. A couple other things just to get off onto the table right now. There has, as you are all aware, been a lot of email responses about the potential sale of Menlo Park Municipal Water. We're not going to be covering that tonight in the presentation. There's a lot of a lot of information that would go into that type of presentation. But there will be some information on the water fund slides that provide some clarity to some of the information that was shared in the email on CCIN. When we talk about billing services, then absolutely concerns on the size of bills that have been received is completely on the table. So we're happy to answer any of those questions. And then what I've added to the slides here just before the discussion tonight is how residents can contact Menlo Water, water@menlopark.org, or if they want more information, menlopark.org/water. So Menlo Park Municipal Water, we purchase 100% of our water from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission, SFPUC. We have approximately 4,400 service connections, primarily located in districts 1, 2, and 5, a little bit in district 3. We provide water service for approximately half the city, and we have a SFPUC supply guarantee of 4.456 million gallons per day. The water fund itself is a $12 million operating and capital budget for this upcoming fiscal year. $10 million in operating expenses, the largest expense by far, which is the purchase of water from SFPUC. That's around $6.5 to $7 million per year. And for fiscal year 2021, we have a $2 million capital program. The fund is self-sustaining, meaning rate revenues pay for all the water system expenditures, both operating and capital. There's 9.325 FTEs directly funded through the water fund, but there's also a number of transfers out of the water fund into the city's general fund to pay for shared expenses. So those include things like IT, finance, city attorney, HR. The water fund participates in the city's insurance policies. The water fund pays for its own fleet services. So it is a self-sustaining water enterprise. The water fund also includes target reserves for unanticipated emergencies, so operating reserves and capital reserves for work that would potentially require repair to a system. We conducted a water system master plan in 2018. We're recommending $90 million of improvements over the next 20 years to upgrade aging infrastructure and improve system deficiencies. And the City Council adopted the 5-year CIP in July 25th, along with the rest of the city's CIP. Again, for this current fiscal year, it was $2 million, and we have forecasted needs out the next 4 years. We also have $11.8 million worth of ongoing water projects. These are multiple water main replacements, reservoir roof replacements, emergency service upgrades, to mention a few. And on the previous slide, that was a picture of our very close to completed emergency water service well located at the courtyard. So we are substantially complete with that project, just waiting on some final permitting to be able to utilize it if needed. So again, rate revenue pays for all of the system expenditures, and to do so, we have to conduct a rate study before we change rates. The last rate study that we performed was in 2015. Outlined rate increases over the next 5 years. And so that last rate increase occurred on July 1st, 2019. Our current rate structure consists of a number of elements, a meter charge based on the size of the meter. We have a 2-tier rate structure, so different rates applied to different water consumptions on any given meter. A capital facility surcharge that helps pay for some of the capital program. A drought surcharge if there is a drought order that's initiated at the state, and capital charges that are applied to new upgraded connections to the system. So this is not something that a typical homeowner will see on their bill. Water rates are subject to Proposition 218, so that means we do need to develop a rate study anytime we want to propose to change rates. We can do them at intervals of 5 years at a time if desired. In September of 2019, the city hired a consultant to help develop a 2020 water rate study to evaluate the annual revenues needed to fund operating and capital expenses over the next 5 years. But in April of this year, at the onset of the pandemic, we informed the City Council that we intended to continue existing rates as is for fiscal year 2021, and then return here tonight with updates on possible next steps. So again, just to reiterate, there is going to be a need to adjust rates for fiscal year 21-22 to ensure sufficient revenue for future expenditures. We propose to amend our consultant agreement, which expires on September 30th. So there will be a future council item coming on that to amend that contract. We would anticipate completing the rate study in the spring of 2021, so that new rates could be implemented on July 1st, 2021. So one of the requested directions tonight is to confirm proceeding with that 2021 rate study. And one of the other actions that we're requesting is providing direction on whether to proceed with a low income rate program. So that would be, the city currently doesn't have one. Discounts could be applied as a % of a water bill or a set dollar amount each month. We would propose to use something along the lines of PG&E's CARE program as a basis for enrollment, and we estimate there's roughly 1,300 possible enrollees that could take advantage of a program. Staff estimates that based on discount of 10 to 30%, the financial need would be anywhere from $11,000 to $36,000. But we would need to identify a funding source to host this kind of program. Prop 218 dictates that customers can't subsidize one another, so it needs to come from a source outside of the rate revenue. So billing services, a hot topic right now. Billing services are broken out into 6 components. We have obviously the meter read is the first step. Billing and collection of payments, customer service, work orders, collections for overdue bills, and customer and administrative portals for managing the system. So last November, we were notified with about 3 weeks notice that our prior billing contractor, Fathom, was going out of business. And so we scrambled to get a number of contracts in place in December, one with FRM, who was actually contracted through Fathom to do meter reading. So the city contracted with them directly to, or excuse me, not Fathom, First Response Metering, FRM. The city contracted directly with FRM to continue meter reading, to have a consistency across a transition in billing providers, and then contracted with Municipal to perform the rest of the services. So Fathom, our prior billing agency, issued their last bills on November 15th, 2019. And since then, Menlo Park Water has not charged penalties for any late payments and has not disconnected water service due to non-payment. Initially, that was planned to continue through the end of May. That has been extended during the pandemic. Municipal issued their first bills to Menlo Park Water customers between February 19th and March 11th. And admittedly, this was a larger bill than what customers were used to seeing. So it represented anywhere from 3 to 4 months of water use. And as a result, there was increase in number of calls, a lot of questions on getting payments set up on a new system, a lot of questions about the water usage and understanding the bill. That's typical with any billing transition. We were also hit with the onset of COVID and a lot of challenges that's brought into our midst. In about June, we realized that the meter reading cycles wasn't working really well. So we had transitioned from daily billings going out to weekly. And so we had to rebalance some of the meter read cycles, which caused some customers to have a slight shift in billings for another month, unfortunately. Overall, Manol has been responsive to city asks. So if we're hearing that they're not being responsive to our customers, that's definitely something that we want to know. But over the months, we have experienced that call times have gone down, and the number of calls we only show through June on here, but that number of calls going into Manol has continued to decrease. So the status of our current contracts: Manol's contract expires on December 31st. We have an option to extend for 3 additional 1-year terms. We're going to continue to evaluate Manol prior to deciding whether to extend their agreements. But I will say it is very disruptive to the customer to continuously change water billing providers. So unless there's, I think, a fatal flaw that we feel cannot be overcome, staff's recommendation is probably going to continue to use Manol. FRM, our meter reading companies, their contract is up in February of next year, so we will also be returning to council to extend FRM's agreement. Down the road, we hope to not need the FRM agreement at all. So we have a capital improvement project to implement automated meter reading. So that's devices that are either attached to existing meters or replacement of meters entirely that will transmit meter read data directly to the city that can be passed on to our billing contractor. So impacts from COVID. So this is pretty interesting from for an engineer anyways. So since mid-November, Menlo Park Water has not been charging for penalties and late payments and no disconnections. Again, this was both due to the transition in billing contractors and the pandemic itself. But when we compare water usage pre and post pandemic, something that we've found is actual water consumption has not changed in terms of on the city as a whole. So we are still buying the same amount of water from San Francisco Public Utilities Commission as we were in prior years. But where that water is being used has changed significantly. So commercial accounts are down 38% in terms of water consumption. Industrial accounts are down 13%. And residential single families are up about close to 20%, and multifamilies are up over 30%. In addition, you can see on the chart to the right, it is not uncommon for water customers to experience bills that are 2 to 3 to even 4 times higher than a winter month bill in the summer. So irrigation, landscaping plays a huge role in determining any individual customer's water bill. Other impacts that we've experienced. So we do understand that the pandemic is causing hardship on our customers. We've seen seven times more customers go on to payment plans than we had prior to the pandemic. So that number was around 7 or 8 previously. We're up near 50 accounts that are on payment arrangements. As of mid-August, we have 638 accounts with outstanding balances on their account of 30 or plus more days. We have 198 accounts that completely closed without paying their final bill, and so A number of those actually were carried over from our prior billing contractor. But what we've been doing is trying to proactively reach out to customers with those outstanding payments. We want to get them signed up on payment plans. We want to hear what the issues are. We have a lot of flexible options for customers to sign up for payment plans. But at the end of the day, we still do need to keep the water system financially solvent. So we do still need to conduct that rate study to make sure there are sufficient revenues to deliver capital projects in the future. So last slide here, again, the requested direction tonight is to confirm proceeding with the 2021 water rate study and to provide direction on whether to proceed with a low income rate program, identify alternative funding sources for it, and identify when to implement it, because it doesn't necessarily have to be at the same time as a water rate study. We could implement a low income rate program before, at the same time, or after. And again, for any viewers that are watching, if there are questions or concerns about the water bills, you can contact Menlo Park Water at water@menlopark.org, or find more information generally on the water system at menlopark.org/water. And I'll just leave this last slide up.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb. Does that conclude your presentation?
It does, thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
Can we go back to the slide on the days late? I think it's 2 slides back. It's like 638,000 or 640,000, which is 38. Is that multiple months or is that just 1 month? Like, do you know how many people are actually multiple months late versus 1 month late? I can't hear you. You're on mute.
Yeah, got it. So some of them are accounts that have not paid since the transition at all. So we had, and this number is changing daily as we do reach out to certain customers. So one of the challenges with the pandemic, especially on some of our commercial and like big institutional accounts, is a new water bill came out and got delivered to an office that was no longer operating normally. So it was actually just last month that we finally got some very large payments from some of our big customer accounts that where the bill just didn't get to the right person. So this includes this number includes anyone with a bill that's over 30 days past due, but some of those are multiple months.
Okay. When I break it down, it's like it's pretty easy to break it down to like $1,000 per account, which seems large to me.
Yeah.
So that seems like a pretty large. I'm wondering if there's a way that you guys have a metric that you can sort of look at if there's been a jump that's unexpected.
We do have a breakdown by customer class, so that's included in the actual staff report. Again, like we had a payment of over $100,000 from a single customer that came in last month. Again, one of the big institutional accounts that we had to reach out to make sure it was getting to the right individual.
So I appreciate it. I know there's public comment on this, so I will be quiet and wait for and follow up after that.
Thank you. Are there any other clarifying questions from the council before we go to public comment? Okay, Ms. Herron, can you take public comment on this item?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So for any member of the public wishing to speak on item E3 regarding the study session on the Menlo Park Municipal Water Operations, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. Have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So our first public commenter will be Victoria Robledo. And Victoria, if you would like to unmute yourself, you can address the City Council. you should see a microphone in the top right side of your screen. And if you click that once, it'll turn green and you should have the ability to speak.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, great. Hi, good evening. I have had some interesting interactions with Minnow, and part of it has been I received the bill originally, and that was understandable. It was $288, and I set up payments, started paying. It was fine, but every bill since keeps showing me the same amount I've been paying, which is $288. And when I reached out to them to ask them why they hadn't received a payment of $167, I researched and saw that it had cleared from my bank on July 2nd. They did not process it till August 12th. When I asked them about that, I found out that their bank accounts is in LA. Their main office is in Dallas. So my recent statement still shows $288, and each one of my bills, with the exception of one, shows that I've made no payment. So I'm really confused as to why we have to subcontract it so far out of state. Number one, but number two, why they're not like really communicating on processing their payments as quickly as they should. It took literally over a month for them to receive my payments. So that's been my biggest concern. And as I said, my recent bill right now that I have is $288, the same thing it's been for the last 4 months. And I've made consistent payments. So that's my concern. That's pretty much what I just wanted to bring up. And good evening, council members.
And thank you for your comment. Okay, so at this time, this is a final call for any public comments on item E1 regarding the water rate study. Thomas Wong, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Hello again, and again, very informative session. If we look at our water bills and we notice over the last 6 months tremendous fluctuations month over month, and the same husband, wife, daughter with irrigation have been operating the house during that period, right? How do we determine whether or not the meter readings were done accurately? And how do we determine if there's an issue with either Minol or FRM? Especially if there are inconsistencies year over year between, and we've lived in the Menlo Park area at the same house for 15 years.
Thomas, does that conclude your public comment at this time?
Sure, especially for, and how do they, sure, and it would be interesting for you to look into how they determine the cutoff point between tier 1 and tier 2. And I'm done with my comment.
Thank you very much. That looks to be the last hand raised for item, oh, nope. Pamela Jones, would you like to address the City Council at this time?
Thank you. Pamela Jones, and being in the Bellhaven neighborhood for well over 40 years, I have the same type of concern that the previous speaker made. It has not been made clear how they determine the tiers, and depending on what tier they put you on is what is going to increase your rate. And my rate, and I have my bills back for probably 20 years, if you can imagine that. And the amount of increase is well beyond the amount of usage increase is well beyond what I would have expected. The only thing I water are deep watering trees. I do not have grass and a lot of landscaping. So I'm concerned about how they're reading and the meters and how they're interpreting it. And it would be helpful to know the date that they read the meter, because then I can go out and look at the meter the day before. I can keep an eye out myself. And then also how they determine what tier rate you're going to be on. The charge for the meter is one thing, but I find it challenging to have this fixed charged every month. It's, so to understand how they determine these numbers would be very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. And it does look like, Thomas, you've raised your hand again. Typically, it's one public comment per item, but I know you still had some time. So I can restart your time if you'd like to complete your public comment.
Perfect. The last thing, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
The last thing that I would ask, which is relevant, is does the water study that you're doing investigate correct practices of water usage and meter reading? And that would be the last comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, seeing no further hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for the public comment. And Mr. Lamb, since you are back on the screen, if you'd like to just go ahead and answer, I think there were about 7 questions from the last 3 public comment.
Yeah, so let me start off with the last 2 with Mr. Wong and Ms. Jones. So the way the meter is read, essentially inside the meter box on the meter is a dial, and that dial rotates in one direction and computes basically based on the number of turns within that dial. It'll constantly change the number that reads. So the read only goes in one direction, and it's each time the meter reader goes out to a site, they take note of what the number is on the dial. The amount of water used for any billing period is essentially just the difference in the amount that was read on the dial on one day versus the last read date. So it's a simple subtraction between the meter reads that determines the amount of water that was used during that billing cycle. In terms of how the tier is applied, so the city has a tiered water rate system where there is a rate for the first 6 units of water that are used. So a unit of water is 100 cubic feet of water. And then anything above that is tier 2. So there's no placement of a customer in one tier or the other. It's purely determined based on the amount of water that's used. The first 6 units will be applied at the tier 1 rate, and the remainder of water used in a billing cycle will be applied at the tier 2 rate. The fixed meter charge, and this kind of this will again relay to Thomas's question on how the water rates are established. So there's in any enterprise system, and the water system is no different. There are costs associated with the water system that are fixed, and there's costs associated with the water system that are variable. So for example, our purchases from SFPUC are a variable cost that we need to pass along to the customers. So those water usage charges are primarily paying for the purchase of water from SFPUC. The city also has a number of costs that are fixed, so it doesn't matter if it's a winter month when we're not buying much water from SFPUC versus a summer month where we are buying a lot of water from SFPUC. We still have a lot of the same administrative costs that the city is incurring. So those fixed costs are assigned to the water meter charge, and that water meter charge is based off of the size of the meter. So the thought being that the bigger the meter, probably the more work is going on on the city side of things to make sure that water is being delivered to that customer. So when we do the water rate study, we do follow American Water Works Association standards. So there are standards that are in place on how to conduct water rate studies and how to apply the rates needed to generate the revenue to meet the expenses of a water system. In terms of Ms. Robledo's comments, so I think she had a comment about the tier structure also, and then some questions on the actual payments and processing of payments. So I think this is one that we'll need to follow up with Ms. Robledo to understand better what she's experiencing. So we're happy to follow up with her.
Thank you, Mr. Lamb, for following up on those questions. I have a follow-up. You said that the water meter charge is based on the size of the meter, and who determines the size of the meter? Is that the customer, whether it's residential or commercial, or does it depend on when service is started?
It primarily depends on the amount of water that's going to be used on a site. So most single-family homes are 5/8 or 3/4, maybe an inch. And in the case of homes that have a fire service, that may trigger a higher meter charge. But if the only reason is that the meter was increased in size due to the fire service, we will still apply the meter charge of what would have only been needed for the actual service to the house.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
I raised my hand and he asked my question. I was just asking, are people then further penalized by being forced to put in the sprinkler system by having a higher meter charge? But you're saying that they get grandfathered in?
Correct.
Okay, great. Thank you.
One other thing I just want to point out in terms of the meter reads. So our contractor FRM, when they do the meter reads, they take photographs of the actual dial. So it's that's been a relatively, I think within the last year, we've had them start doing that. It's made the necessity to go do rereads a lot less frequent. And in terms of corrections that have been needed that the city has been made aware of since transition to Manol, there have been, I think, less than 5 bills that have needed to be reissued as a result of errors in actual meter reading.
I have a question. So I noticed are blue spray paint lines, and it looks like to identify the meter. But I just noticed these throughout at least the Bellhaven neighborhood maybe 2 months ago. So I'm wondering, is that if we have the same service provider FRM to read the meter, so why would we need to have those blue lines? Or is it there for a different reason?
Yeah, those are generally there for different reasons. So anytime anyone calls USA to mark underground lines in advance of any potential construction project, all of the utilities that are known to be servicing the area have to come out and mark their lines. So the city will come out and will mark things like streetlight conduits, water mains, water laterals, and storm drainage infrastructure. Other utilities will come out and mark their own infrastructure.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Lamb, for the presentation. You had mentioned that there have been at least 5 instances, I think, since the transition to Manol of bills being corrected. I think the Wong family also mentioned some instances of people's bills being reduced. Do we know, like, is there anything here that is systematic? So when it comes to the instances where there has been a reduction in the bill because there's a sense that there was some error that took place, do we know what is the source of those errors? And again, I know there haven't been a number of them, but do we know what the sources of those errors have been, and have there been efforts to sort of remediate those situations or mitigate them from happening again?
Yes, so let me, I think, probably speak to some of the quality control that goes on prior to a bill being issued in the first place. So when Manol gets, say, a week's worth of meter reads from FRM, they go through the process of plugging that information into the system that will generate the bills. But they have a lot of automated procedures in place to kind of flag things that seem like they're maybe don't pass the sniff test. So if there is a bill that's extraordinarily high, or on the flip side, if there was absolutely no water usage, then Manol will request FRM to go reread a service to make sure that the data that was provided is absolutely correct. And so it's, could be a number of things. It could be the wrong photo got uploaded to the meter account. But those types of issues, for the most part, are being caught. And so what we've found is even when those types of issues are raised to the city, if the answer isn't satisfactory that they've gotten from Manol, and we do our own investigation into the issue, almost every time the bill was applied correctly.
And just a quick follow-up, and is with regards to FRM and the actual sort of meter reading process, is there any sort of baked-in quality controls separate from some signal, down the line that there may have been erroneous, like, sort of reading? And so obviously I know that, like, at that particular point, the meter is being read, right? And so you can't sort of quality control in that moment. But is there a built-in process by which sort of randomly another, sort of meter reader is sent out, right? Just to sort of quality control and test, separate from any sort of possible signal that there had been an error? Like, is it normal for something like that to be baked in the process? Or do we just wait for a scenario where, again, like, there is an irregular bill, whether it's higher or low?
So we don't have a separate meter reader go out and verify the reads in advance of any potential issue that's been identified, if that's the question. I think we rely on the data that's been presented to look into whether or not there's been an issue. So obviously if a meter read comes in and it's a number that is lower than the previous read, that would be an obvious red flag. The meter only reads one way. If it's numbers that have been transposed, then there might be something that is, like, hugely off, and that would be another red flag that would justify kind of going back and seeing if the photo matches the data that was entered, and then secondly, if those are both correct, then like I said, then FRM will be sent out to do a reread before the bill is issued.
And then one final follow-up question, and so, like, again, we're sort of not talking about people saying that, like, the bill was 10% or 20% or 30% different. Like, in some cases, people were saying it was 4 times, what it was. And so, and you mentioned that, and again, I've seen the Nextdoor threads, and I know there's a few specific instances of which you and I have been engaged about, and I appreciate that the city staff has been incredibly responsive to all of these concerns. But so, like in an instance where you're saying most of the time the reading is accurate, right? And you've got a customer saying that like this is 4 times, like the usage, the bill is like 4 times what it normally was. So then what do we know what's happening in those situations, right? Like did they get a pool like and they forgot about it? Or so because it's like, it's not like, again, it's not like people are saying like, oh, this is like 30% higher or something. People are like, this is like massively more water than our 3-person family and our sort of like really small patch of lawn could have used. And so, again, I know there's not lots of data points, but for those instances that have happened where you're saying that the meter reading was high but correct, like what is the source of that change?
Yeah, so that's where, you know, when those types of calls come into Manol, you know, they're trained to you know, first you know, ask some certain questions to see if there is something, a change in pattern of water usage on the site that might be indicative of that higher water bill. So, you know, in the summer, you know, across the state, water consumption goes up significantly just due to outdoor irrigation. But there are other things that could cause increased water bills. So, you know, anything from a leaking faucet to a break in the service lateral between the meter and the house or under the house. There's lots of different possibilities, and so the customer service through Manol tries to work with the customer to help them identify what those potential possibilities are. And in some cases, the city will actually come out and help out those customers to try and identify, particularly if there's a water leak. Our maintenance workers will go out, work with the property owners to make sure everything is turned off in the house, and they'll go watch the dial and see if it's still moving. If it's still moving, that's you know, an indicator of a potential water leak on the site. But you know, a lot of times, and again, during COVID, you know, we're now at home for 9 to 10 hours of the day where we're likely using water in a different location. That's a potential cause of increased water usage. But in the summer months, if we're looking at 3 to 4 times the increase of water consumption, then you know, we'd probably want to go back and look at their historic water use patterns and see if that's similar to past years, or if this really is something brand new and out of the ordinary. It really needs to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis, because it can be a totally different circumstance, neighbor to neighbor.
I have a follow-up question, and based on Mr. Wong's comment, when his wife was on during the earlier public comment, they stated that Manol told them that they had to have a leaky faucet or that there was some type of water break. They spent money to verify that they didn't. So what's the process if the customer has confirmed that they don't have the leak, and that their increased water usage has nothing to do with the summer months? Maybe they're always home. So what's the process after that, if that isn't true for this case?
Yeah, so I mean, if there's not a water leak, you know, unfortunately, you know, the meter dial does not lie about the amount of water that's passing through it. So the water was utilized on the site, and I think you know, in that case, the homeowner probably has to take a look into what their water usage patterns are. You know, I think in most cases it probably does have to do with outdoor irrigation, especially in the summer months. like I said, it's going to vary on a customer by customer basis. But I can't necessarily answer what if everything that we've looked at is working. Then what do we do? You know, the meters as they age do become increasingly inaccurate, but generally actually favoring the water customer, not the water agency. So as meters age, there will be actually slippage in the water that can pass through, but it doesn't generally read higher, or it doesn't generally read lower.
Thank you, Mr. Land. Councilmember Carlton?
It seems like a lot of this is going to be resolved by the new meters when they get put in. It's going to be, according to what the staff report and from what I've heard from staff, it's going to be more cost effective. It's going to be done directly by us, so we'll be fully accountable, and we'll actually save money. When do you think those will be installed?
So we have a capital project that currently has funding, and there's actually an item on the agenda for later tonight to apply for a grant for I think it's $500,000 to supplement our program. We would intend to issue an RFP likely in the spring, and hopefully get started by midsummer next year.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Nash, and then Councilmember Mueller.
Actually, I'm happy to go after Councilmember Mueller.
So during the budget process, prior to emails we received recently, I actually did raise the issue of whether or not we should look into selling our water utility. And I have to say, since that time to this moment, there's been nothing compelling to me that maybe that thought was not a great thought. But as I pointed out to someone who recently responded, so we got a number of emails on this, city got an email on this, but as I pointed out to someone who recently contacted me on it, it's not like you can sell something to someone who doesn't want to buy it. And so I am very curious, like, is there a party right now that's interested in buying our water utility, or has reached out to us in any way with interest in buying our water utility? And is there a process by which we would have, like, talked to someone about that? Because I think we sort of owe it to folks who have raised it recently to talk about if there is a buyer, or what it would take to see if there was a buyer. Obviously, that would probably be California Water. But I also don't. But I raise it also because it was something that we talked about as a revenue source during our budget process. And then when it was brought back later to us, what was it said to us? Well, there really isn't enough time to take that into account during the budget process right now, because we need to figure out how to balance the budget. Well, that is the case, but the question still lingers: is that a potential revenue source right now that we should be looking at, and what is the process in order to do so? So, city manager or professional staff could let us know if there's been any talk of this internal in City Hall since we raised the issue during the budget hearings, and what that process might look like.
Good evening. I don't think there's been much in the way of discussion on this issue since the budget hearings. We've been simply trying to keep basic services moving forward. Now, if the council wants to identify it as a priority, we would certainly retake that up. I think one of the first issues we would need to look at is how the sale proceeds could be used. And I think that's still a question. So if the council wishes to reprioritize their priorities and add this one, then certainly we'll follow through on it.
Well, I'm confused. Why would it be require reprioritizing our priorities to ask to ask California Water if they're interested in looking at the purchase.
Oh, that would be a simple phone call. But
Yeah, so I would actually just, I mean, I think if the council's inclined, I think a preliminary step would just be asking California Water, is this a purchase they're even interested in at this time period? If the answer is no, well, that's foreclosed. If you guys are all interested in even exploring. So, but I am interested. I raised it during the budget process because I actually thought it was a revenue source worth looking at for the city. And so that's where I am on it.
But Madam Mayor, just so I can be clear, is the council interested even if the proceeds would not go to the general fund?
I am not interested in selling the water department. I'm more interested in looking at improving the billing system, exploring a different billing company, because that's an immediate need for the customers. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, really quick follow-up, where do the proceeds go?
I think that's the question. We just need to get a legal interpretation of that. Because the water fund is an enterprise fund, generally the proceeds must be contained within the enterprise fund. So we'd need to look into whether the sale of the asset would be allowed to go to the general fund, or if it would need to be attached to a water related or enterprise fund expenditure. Yep, and here's the attorney.
Ms. Silver?
Thank you. Yes, Cara Silver, interim city attorney. In addition to looking at where the proceeds would flow, there's one other issue that I wanted to just interject here, and that is if Cal Water were to purchase the distribution line, in order to run a water company, of course, you would also have to have the actual water, which currently the City of Menlo Park Water District secures from San Francisco, Hetch Hetchy. So Cal Water does also purchase water from the same water source. And it is possible that if they were to acquire our water district, that the water rights would flow, or we could assign those rights to Cal Water. But we would have to look at that issue. My suspicion is that Bosca would not allow us to just assign our water rights to Cal Water. So it's a pretty complicated legal issue on several fronts.
Thank you, Ms. Silver. There were Councilmember Nash, I don't know if you had a follow-up, Councilmember Carlton, and then Councilmember Mueller.
Well, may I follow up on my questioning, Madam Mayor? May I follow up on my questioning, which
yes,
listed the responses? So what I don't understand is why we would foreclose this process based on the fact that it seems like it would be complicated. Of course, it would be complicated. We'd be selling a utility, right? I mean, the idea that it would be complicated whether or not to determine where the money would flow into and what we could use it for, and whether or not, I mean, to be honest, Ms. Silver, I'd be shocked if Bosca wouldn't allow us to reallocate the money, the water to Cal Water, because if it didn't, then there'd be a bunch of people who wouldn't have water service, which seems to be contrary to public policy. So I'd be shocked they wouldn't allow the reallocation. I'm not saying that that this is something that we should definitely do, but I do think that in the circumstance where we are so constrained, it's unusual to me that we have two different agencies in Menlo Park, and that the agencies treat residents of the same city so differently, and in some cases so differently and inequitably. And equity is something that we've identified as a council goal this year. And it's to have one district treating one resident one way within city confines, and another district treating a resident differently within city confines is not equitable. And so trying to figure out how we can go ahead and bring that together, I think is something worth investigation. Not necessarily that we will get to the outcome that we need to do it, but something definitely worthy of investigation.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash and then Councilmember Carlton.
Thank you. I guess a couple comments. First of all, we have 4 water districts. We actually have 2 smaller water districts in addition to Cal Water and the Menlo Park Municipal Water. I have always heard, and I'm curious how would staff compare the rates from Cal Water versus Menlo Park? I've always heard that Cal Water is more expensive, so that if we were, it's not actually an equity issue in the direction that we're discussing. So I have other questions, but this conversation prompted this question from staff, please.
So the water rates vary based off of the Menlo Park and Cal Water have different rate structures. So the rates will vary depending on the type of customer and the amount of water that's used. If you look at the average customer in Cal Water pays more, but the average Cal Water customer also uses more water. I think, like I said, it just depends on what average water rate that you want to use, or what monthly consumption you want to use. I think you can find scenarios where either one is higher or lower. Historically, Menlo Park has been lower than Cal Water, but the last rate structure, the last rate increases that we did caught us up pretty quickly. So that last 5-year rate study had some pretty significant rate increases each year. So they're fairly close right now, but again, it just depends on like which amount of water you're looking at. And as part of the rate study, we do bill comparisons across all of the BOSCA agencies. So that would be something that would be presented in the spring.
So I guess I would be very interested in just doing a comparison of rates, because it seems to me that would take out any of the usage issues. So if that's available, I would be very interested in seeing that. I mean, am I missing something, that if you just looked at the usage, at the rates that were charged, it wouldn't matter how much an individual used, you would just see what the.
But the rates change based on. I think the rates change based on usage, right? And so that. Yeah, but those triggers may be different.
Well, that's what I would be curious about. Yes, that's exactly. And then, so going back to, so anyway, I am curious about what the different rates are, assuming that does not take a tremendous amount of time. Going back to, what are the number of accounts generally for the various accounts? If you go to page, to table 5 of the overdue bills, is it possible to get that up on the screen?
I think someone's on mute. I'm not hearing anything. Are you guys hearing anything?
No one's talking.
Sorry, I have a dual screen here. So what are you seeing?
We're seeing the Excel, Chris.
Let me slide this over.
Thank you. So if you could go up to the top to, this table split between 2 pages. Thank you. So how many single families actually are there? Because right now it's saying 79% of the accounts are overdue, but I believe that's just 79% of the overdue accounts happen to be single family accounts. I'm also curious how many of the total number of single family accounts are actually overdue.
Okay, I don't know that I have the number of single family accounts at my fingertips right now, but that is intended. The total number of that 79% is the percent of the overdue accounts.
Right, but to me, the number that's much more interesting is what percentage of single-family accounts are overdue, not what percentage of the overdue accounts are single-family accounts. So.
Okay, I don't have the information or right here available for you. I apologize.
Thank you. And then of the accounts, of the 198 closed accounts, Councilmember Mueller touched on this, but I wanted to get a little bit more information. So why are they closed?
I mean, these are just accounts that close. So we on any given month, we have new accounts open and we have new accounts closed. People move, businesses change owners. It's a variety of reasons.
Well, just 44% of the overdue money is from closed accounts, it sounds like. So is that, and $283,000 is overdue, that's being addressed?
Right.
And what,
so the accounts that are overdue and closed and did not pay essentially their final bill. So those accounts we have directed the billing agency to send to a collections agency.
okay. Thank you. And then going into the cost of administrating programs, or basically of what should we do about the low income program. I do not want to see it come out of the general fund because everyone who is not already the Menlo Park Water District does not serve the entire city. And it seems that that's inequitable since the Cal Water customers already pay for a low income rate program through Cal Water, which I guess is, correct me if I'm wrong, but when we met, that this was my understanding. And so people would be paying twice for the low income water program. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity to get funds from our annual community funds where we do allocate money for various programs. And it seems like that would be as far as I'm concerned, a very good way to allocate funds which actually are not for a specific purpose of helping a low-income program. It seems like that would be a very good use of that community fund money. So that's it for now.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
Sorry, I was just tapping away, taking notes as Councilmember Nash talks to keep track of everything. First of all, I want to thank Nikki Nagaya for the really excellent letter that she wrote to CCIN. Just for the record, our staff is really working hard, really pretty overburdened these days since we had to do the layoffs, and they can't respond to every CCIN letter that comes in. But on that, she did, I thought, a really good job of providing information because there are all these rumors going around that Menlo Park Water is not profitable and that it's being subsidized by other residents. And I was delighted to see through that and through other information from the staff that actually Menlo Park is profitable and it is not being subsidized by other residents. And I'm not interested in selling it because that would take away our control of local rates. It would go to the state, the CPUC, and if you don't think dealing with the CPUC is a fun barrel of monkeys, come hang out at a Peninsula Clean Energy meeting and you can see what that's like. It takes away our control of the rates, local programs, it would take away jobs. And according to the information we got during our last review, we do the rate reviews every 5 years, and they said that people in Menlo Park water were actually paying less. And I'm sure there are exceptions to the rule, but generally they were paying less. And I agree that, equity is making sure that everybody's available to have that local service. But that is not what we're here to discuss today. What we're here to discuss today is what's actually agendized. So I will get to that. I do support a low income rate as a percentage, not as a flat rate. When you start giving people flat rate bills for their water, they start overwatering their yard and taking, and it doesn't inspire people to conserve water. And as we've seen through the years, it is really important to conserve water. So I believe it would be great to lower it as a percentage. I support the use of the CARE program. We do that at PCE. It seems to be working pretty well. We can look into that. With the single family homes, that's fine. Kind of to what Councilmember Nash was talking about with how the money comes out. Menlo Park already does use money from our general fund to support a lot of programs that are not involved, that are not available to all the residents. We fund and subsidize programs for the elderly through Annetta Harris, through certain people that use the pool, through childcare. There are a lot of services, but I am absolutely happy to have the money come out of the community fund. I don't really care. I think we can look into how to fund that so that it's equitable. And I would actually like to see that as part of the rate study. We haven't done a rate study since 2015, so I believe we're past due. And I have a question for staff. This is the standard rate study that we do every 5 years. Can we include best practices on how to do the second rate for the families that are financially struggling in that rate study? I don't know if staff's available. Hi, Chris.
Hi. Yeah. So that was one of the questions that we were looking for clarification on. So you are correct. We are due for a new rate study. Since we decided not to raise rates this last July on the water system, we will need to update the rate study going into next fiscal year. The low income program can be included as part of that rate study, or we can do it before or after. So that's it can be done completely separate from the rate study, or we can take it all into account.
Okay. So just to make sure that I'm giving direction that's been asked on the agenda, I do agree. Obviously, it's 5 years time to do the rate water study and make sure that that goes through. That takes time, and I'm in support of a low income program, and whether I assume that will come back as a more thorough suggestion and best practices from the study, but I don't think that the council wants to wait that long. So Chris, do you think that the staff is prepared to come back to us and work with us on the best way to implement a program in the short term?
Yeah, we can come back to council and maybe with an information item on our intention of how we could proceed with that.
I mean, maybe not an information. Well, it could be a study where we give direction, but I'd like for us to be able to look at those options and make sure that we can do something that's helpful. So for those, have I touched on everything you've asked for feedback on?
I believe so.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify one point, and that is the issue is not that the program, why I don't believe it should come out of the general fund. It's not that the program would not be available to everyone in the city. It's because Cal Water users are already subsidizing low water rates within the Cal Water system, because that is allowed for this different type of program, so that they would be double subsidizing the rates, low income rates, unless I'm missing something.
If I understand the staff report, that is illegal. Otherwise, we could do it.
That's correct. But it is legal for Cal Water.
So Cal Water is not using residents to subsidize others because by state that is illegal.
Let's ask, my understanding from, well, there we go. My understanding is that they were allowed to and that users do. If they don't, then no concerns.
Right. So as City Attorney Carlos mentioned, the Cal Water is mandated under the California Public Utilities Commission. So they follow a completely different set of rules than Menlo Park follows as a municipal operation. So Cal Water is actually mandated to have a low-income program, and Cal Water customers, I think it's about 1.3%. There's a surcharge on Cal Water bills to support that program.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I appreciate that.
And I guess one more comment would be, I am also not interested in selling off our water district at this point. I'm not adverse to looking at it further down the road, but at this point, I am not interested in doing that.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, a question for Mr. Lamb. Like, how do other municipal water agencies then cover their low-income programs where they have it? Is this just money that they sort of get from the general fund, or do they have other sorts of arrangements by which they fund these programs?
I believe most do fund them out of the general fund. We've recently been made aware of an agency that has used penalties, so like late charges that accumulate as a source for funding the low income rate program. And in fiscal year 18-19, the city did collect about $50,000 in late penalties. So that would equate to about the need for this program. So we can definitely look at that as a potential option. We need to do our own legal analysis of whether or not that can be done, because we have, I think, historically accounted for the penalties as part of the rate study. So that's a potential source.
Yeah, just sort of, I think, reiterate what I shared at an earlier meeting. I certainly am interested in the program. I think that, like, you know, whatever way we fund it, I think the overarching sort of issue is it something the city is committed to or not? And I think I'm less worried about the issue of sort of this kind of sort of double subsidizing, especially because I think it can become really complicated if you start saying that, like, well, it has to come from a specific pool of money. And in theory, then that pool of money isn't accessible for other things. And so it ends up being a subsidy anyway. And you're just sort of playing this sort of circular games about funding sources. And so, but the penalty is very interesting because I do think that there is I do think that there is validity in the concern that, like, again, and this is what arises when you have residents that are covered by separate agencies, that there is a process of which Cal Water is allowed or is actually mandated to provide this service, and so I could get the concern there. You know, regarding the possible sale or the exploration of the sale of the water district, first I want to say to the people who have proposed it, it's really hard to go along with you when you present erroneous numbers, right? When you're just wrong, right? And so it's hard because I want to sort of be like, oh, this is an interesting idea, but when you put information out there that is just prima facie wrong and inaccurate, it's hard for me to then support you or even to support the exploration. And I think sort of, so that's where I am. It's sort of like this discussion is tainted because the people who are some of our residents who I respect greatly, who are proposing this, are most, you know, sort of vocal in proposing it, have just sort of put out, you know, erroneous information. And so that's my concern. But what I've said to those residents is, like, present me with some case studies, right? Send me some information of where this has happened before and what's been some of the ramifications, like, right? Did it all work out well? did it not? And again, because I'm sure that there are other examples, and so before we sort of explore sort of hiring a consultant, before we devote lots of staff hours to this, just send me more information about it, right? And not erroneous numbers. Send me some, if they're not some case studies, just send me articles, and I will do my own sort of research as I have been. But again, send me additional information, and then let's start this process. But again, like I say, it's hard when what gets, when the debate gets kicked off or re-kicked off with information that's not accurate.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so at the outset, what I want to say is, so I think we have to acknowledge the fact that we have 3 council members who live in Menlo Park Municipal Water District and 2 council members who live in Cal Water District. And so as a person who lives in a Cal Water area, when pipelines burst and there's issues with respect to Menlo Park Municipal Water District and liabilities that extend to that then the city pays for, and that happens on more than one time within a multi-year period, and you realize that that's coming in, that the maintenance, and then Cal Water is brought in to fix those things, which did happen. You start to understand that there is a cost to running this utility, and it's a utility that we are running. While we have expertise in other areas, we're also trying to maintain this expertise in this area. And when we have cuts in our municipal budget, the maintenance we do to that utility potentially drops. The number of people we have paying attention to that utility potentially drops. And we're being asked to do multiple things as a city, as opposed to just a utility, which that's all they do is their specialty. And so I would say, and candidly, I would say, asking for information in this area and looking at that is actually a fiduciary duty that we all share when we are looking at a budget cuts like we've had to do as a municipal agency. When we look at and we compare that to level of service and liability, and when we hear from residents that there is a problem that they are seeing, and we've seen this happen both the budgeting process. Now we see them saying that there's something going on where they're getting bills that they don't know. With the billing process, the bills don't work and things are breaking down. And I'd say to you all, I understand that there is the desire to keep control, but I would suggest that in a time period when our budget is constrained and we actually do need money, but we also have to think about the ongoing costs to maintain and the ongoing cost to maintain and to keep level of service at a specialty such to hold off liability, that it's worthy of consideration as with respect to our fiduciary duty to the city. Not only that, but then there also is the equity component when those things drop. If in case those things drop because we're cutting our municipal budget, it's not our only focus. There is an equity component to this. That what position are you putting some residents in to contribute to that general fund so that others may enjoy the benefit of that control that those other residents don't have. So I'd ask my colleagues to consider that. Being being representing a number of constituents, because I was elected citywide, who reside in the Cal Water District and who are being, in my opinion, there is a question of equity in how they're being treated, especially in a time period when we are seeing budget cuts to our municipal budget that Cal Water isn't seeing. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. Councilmember Nash?
Actually, I want to give you a chance to jump in if you would like to, Mayor Taylor, since.
I am in listen-only mode.
Sounds good. I will proceed then. So I am curious about something that Councilmember Mueller said, which I've been concerned about, and I actually was reassured by seeing slide number 4 about the water fund. I have been concerned about the fact that the city has, there have been some breaks, and when there are breaks, does the city end up paying? And I thought that the slide number 4 and the discussion or the presentation reassured me that the Water Enterprise Fund fully pays for everything from the insurance to IT, finance, city attorney, all of this. So I actually answered the longstanding question that I've had and tried to get answers to. So could we get an answer whether or not the Water Enterprise Fund covers everything or whether the general fund actually does cover some items?
So yes, you're correct, Councilmember Nash. The water fund does cover even when there are liabilities that arise. So just like any insurance policy, the insurance policy will pay out the expense, and then the premiums will be adjusted moving forward to account for where those liabilities occurred. So moving forward, if there was a break that was caused or a payment that was caused by the water fund, then the payments that are charged to the water fund to participate in the insurance policy would be adjusted moving forward.
So 100% of the money, I mean, to the best of, actually 100% I shouldn't say, but essentially money that is supposed to be, that is related to Menlo Park Municipal Water is paid by the Water Enterprise Fund, not by our general fund.
Correct.
Thank you. And then the other piece that I just wanted to comment on is I actually saw this as not being a good time to investigate the water, possibly selling off the water right now because we have such limited staff. And so I'd much rather they focus on other issues that are right in front of us that we know we want to proceed with, or think rather than something that's much more, sounds like it's going to be much more time intensive and a ways off. So I guess I would love if anyone has a comment on that.
Councilmember Carlton.
I don't, because the subject's not agendized and we have a very long agenda. And if council's got direction on what they asked, I'd like respectfully, I don't mean to cut anything off, but I don't really, sometimes we get caught up in these discussions and then we can't finish our agenda. So just thank you.
I'm fine.
Thank you.
I'm fine. I personally am fine if we have it come back on a different date. What's been represented to us is not my memory and understanding of what happened during those breaks, during the breaks that happened up in Sharon Heights. So I actually would like it to come back to us and have some clarifying information brought about that. So
I'm comfortable with that direction. And also I'm supportive of what council has already stated as far as confirming proceeding with the 2021 water rate study. I'm very concerned about the billing. It hasn't been 3 months, it's been over 6 months. And I know the contract with Manol doesn't end until December 31st. But I still believe in the idea of the customer is always right. And so what I'm hearing is that the customer is wrong. So I'm concerned about the billing. And as far as providing direction on whether to proceed to identify a source, I believe that a couple of the council members have already identified a source, potentially the community fund for the discount, and I'm very comfortable with using the CARE structure moving forward. Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, so I want to be clear, and maybe staff understands, and I'm just not, but on their behalf, I want to be clear about what specifically we're asking them to bring back, right? Is it bring back more information with regards to the sort of main breaks, right? Or is it bring back sort of more information to tee up a debate on selling, or what sort of the exploration of selling the water district looks like? I don't know if I'm like 100% clear on exactly what we're saying come back to us with. Like I said, I was interested in getting more information about sort of like, you know, how the process would go for selling a water district. But it doesn't seem like to me that there are three votes for that. And so I wouldn't be, you know, if there's not 3 votes, then let's not waste anyone's time by going down that road. And if it is specifically about sort of the water main breaks, right? What exactly are we asking the staff to tee up for us? And if they know it, I see Councilmember Mueller is. If staff understands that, then there's no need for the clarity. But I wasn't clear.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller?
Yeah, so I think the condition precedent that we're all sort of trying to wrap, and if my understanding of it's wrong, but the condition precedent that I think is sort of limiting this discussion is the understanding of, is the utility fully independent in terms of its financial obligations, which terms the revenue it raises, what it spends, and what its liabilities are. And that's what that's the information I would like to know. I'd like to know, when we cut our budgets, does that mean we're cutting budget away from that utility? When we cut heads, are we cutting heads from that utility, or is it fully like an independent entity within the city, dependent upon its own revenue, and the people who work for it aren't affected by what we do as a city or not? If that's the case, then great. But if there's crossover in liabilities, revenues, headcount, I think that's something that's important that we understand in this discussion.
Hello, Ms. Nagaya.
Good evening, Mayor Taylor and council members. So I think I could just take a quick moment to explain some of the recent dialogue that's been occurring. So essentially, between how we budget for staff, particularly for the Menlo Park Municipal Water Operations, is that a portion of their time or all of their time, depending on their particular roles and responsibilities, are billed directly to the water fund. So for our water operators, our guys who are out in the field responding to the main breaks, testing the system each day, doing water quality sampling, they're billed directly to the water fund. And if we're looking at potential service reductions and budget cuts, we don't factor in their time and the cost of their salaries as part of the budget reductions, because they're funded directly from the water rates. If there are budget cuts that would affect staff that are shared, so as an example, if there were reductions in our IT services or finance services where we have a partial FTE that's associated with support for the water system, but they also provide other services to the city across different funds, that's something that's a little bit more nuanced that we would need to look into a little bit more. But the bulk of the maintenance operations and the support for the system is provided directly from the water fund for those staff.
Thank you, Ms. Nagaya. Vice Mayor Combs?
Yeah, just really quickly, I definitely want to acknowledge Councilmember Carlton's plea that we continue, and I hear you. There's just this one question. So to Ms. Nagaya, what about our unfunded pension liabilities, right? Is a portion of that, do we break off a portion of that and say like, well, a portion of that unfunded pension liabilities is derived from employees who just work on sort of water district issues, and so really that's not the city's unfunded pension liability, it is the water, some portion of it is the water's unfunded pension liability. I'm just curious, because it just seems like to me at some point, to what Councilmember Mueller is I think sort of highlighting, there is this intermixing of which it is hard to account for.
Understood, yes. And so we do pass through that unfunded pension liabilities, and even on the CAFR, the Comprehensive Annual Financial Report excerpts that we circulated via CCIN earlier today, there's a call out for that pass through as well. So that shows up on the CAFR as a line item also.
Councilmember Mueller?
So, and I appreciate you clarifying that too. And I also wonder, and it might be a question for Ms. Silver, when there is a insurance payout, is there a deductible that's paid for by the city, or is it wholly paid for by the insurance, or is the deductible paid for by the utility?
Thank you. So it is the deductible and the Menlo Park Water District's participation in the risk sharing pool that the city also participates in. The Menlo Park Water District pays its share. There are some costs associated with insurance where it's very easy to identify fixed costs. For instance, if there is a damage payout or a claim payout or a lawsuit payout that goes directly to, that can be directly charged to the water company. There are other costs that are a little bit more proportionately shared with the city. And so there's a cost allocation plan that would then reflect the water district's contribution to those costs.
Thank you. So with those explanations, I think it's something that I would like to actually see it on a future agenda that we discuss. But on that limited purpose of just understanding, and we went into it briefly tonight, but to Councilmember Carlton's point, don't need to go into it further because it's not agendized. But I think it is important to really understand what that delineation is. It's a preliminary investigation, do a deeper investigation. Let's call it that, because I think it is an equity issue for a good portion of residents in the city who pay their taxes and then are seeing that involved in this in going toward the utility. So I think it's fair to them to just do that preliminary investigation of what that cost is, so that the next time that people make that argument, they have the right numbers.
Thank you, Councilmember Mueller. And Mr. Lamb, I just want to follow up with you to make sure you've gotten enough direction from the council on this item.
Yes, I believe that we do have consensus from the council on proceeding with the rate study and proceeding with a low income program and utilizing. There's a few different potential fund sources that were acknowledged, so we will look into those and explore other potential fund sources as well. And I think it's probably the last bit of clarification is just to make sure that there is consensus on what other studies that the council desires to have us come back to.
Councilmember Nash, did you want to clarify something?
I did. I just, how much are the water fund, the studies that you're talking about?
The water rate study, I believe when we executed it in 2019 was around $75,000 to $80,000. If there's balance remaining on it, but we will need to amend that agreement later here in September to proceed with updating it to our current year.
Councilmember Carlton.
Again, that money is being paid for out of the funds, out of the Menlo Park water funds, not city funds.
Correct.
Okay, the direction from the council is understood, Mr. Lamb. There aren't any other items, any other comments on this item. Then this study session is closed and the council will be taking their dinner break to return to our consent calendar. It is 7:40. I will see you all at 8 o'clock.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So as a reminder, please disengage your webcams and microphones and only engage your webcams when you return. Thank you. Welcome back, City Council members, Mayor and Vice Mayor. Want to confirm that Councilmember Carlton has also reconvened. Perfect. Thank you so much. So having all City Council members present, Mayor Taylor, you may reconvene the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and welcome back. The next item on the agenda is the consent calendar. Under the consent calendar, the City Council may take action to approve routine business items in one motion unless a City Council member, city staff, or a member of the public requests that an item be discussed or continued to a later date. And at this time, Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on item E1?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our consent calendar item, which contains F1, exception of the minutes for August 11th and August 13th, please engage your hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar? Councilmember Nash? Are you making a motion, Councilmember Nash?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, I was hoping to just do it by raising my hand. So yes, I move to approve the consent calendar.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor by City Council Member Nash. Do we have a second? City Council Member Carlton seconds the motion. Any further City Council discussion? Okay, so by roll call vote, the motion on the floor is by Council Member Nash, second by City Council Member Carlton to approve the consent calendar. Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
Council Member Mueller.
Aye.
Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
And the motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you. The next item is G1, regular business with no staff presentation. This agenda heading is for routine regular business items with no staff presentation. The City Council is asked to take action on each item. At this time, Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on items G1 and G2?
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. And just to clarify, do you want to take public comment on all regular business, no staff presentation items, G1 through G5?
Yes.
Fabulous. Okay, so for any member of the public wishing to speak on any of the items listed as regular business, no staff presentations, it includes G1, updating the city's conflict of interest code, G2, the California High-Speed Rail Authority letter, G3, regarding the Water and Energy Efficiency Grant, G4, approving a resolution for the Middle Avenue pedestrian and bicycle rail crossing, and G5 regarding executing funding agreements with MTC for a grant for Bedwell Bayfront Park. And just for members of the public as well as City Council, on the top right side of your screen, you'll see handouts, including an updated attachment A for G2. For public commenters, our first public commenter will be Jen Willison. Jen, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Hi, good evening, City Council. Jen Wallison, and I'm commenting on item G4, Middle Avenue. I just wanted to say how exciting it is to see this project continue to move forward and emphasize how important this project is for our east-west connectivity in our town. And I just wanted to say thank you and looking forward to getting a tunnel under the train in our lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Adina Levin. Dina, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Aha, great. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay. Adina Levin, and I am the chair of the Complete Streets Commission, speaking for myself, but reporting and speaking on the Middle Avenue aligned undercrossing of the Caltrain tracks, which is something that I will report that the Complete Streets Commission strongly supports and also is eager to see this funded and moving forward as something that is very valuable and powerful in providing a way for people to get across town safely without having to drive a car, being able to alleviate some of our car traffic, alleviate some of our parking burden over at the Burgess and City Hall complex, enabling children to get across through to the gym and playing fields, and coming through to be able to get to Hillview Middle School and parks. And this is really something that is long awaited, and eagerly looking forward to applying for this grant and getting funding to move this forward. If there are ways to reduce the costs, that would be welcome. But this is an extremely important project to the city, so pursuing the funding to make this happen is fantastic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Adina. And for our next public commenters, if you could please announce the agenda item number that you are commenting on, be very helpful for the record. Our next public commenter will be Marcy Abramowitz. If you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Hi, so I'm Marcia Abramowitz, and I'm commenting on item G2, which is the high-speed rail EIR response. And I didn't realize that I could offer a live comment, so I submitted one online earlier, so you can just remove that and replace that with my voice. So I am speaking on behalf of the Felton Gables Homeowners Association, and Felton Gables, as I imagine you all know, is a neighborhood of over 100 homes that borders the Caltrain line north of Encinal. And it's unfortunate that the high-speed rail EIR is published before the city makes a final determination on grade separation, because as I understand it, the EIR is proposes mitigations for the current state of the Caltrain line, which is at grade. And so what they're proposing are 4 sets of quad gates, which could be used for quiet zones, and $6.5 million for noise mitigation. And obviously we are huge fans of quiet zones, but the concern that we have is that should option C be approved by the council, we move forward with it, $6.5 million will be insufficient to address the incremental impacts on multi-dwelling units and single-family homes that are near the tracks once the tracks go off the ground. Because in attending various meetings, I've just learned to appreciate the extent to which noise is absorbed by the ground. So once the tracks go up in the air, those issues are going to be amplified. So to the extent that we can incorporate comments to this effect in the EIR response, I think it would be wonderful. So in our opinion, we would like to encourage the council to include a statement that should the tracks in Menlo Park be elevated, that all reasonable efforts and the dollars that go along with that should be made to mitigate the negative impacts of noise and vibration and visual. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your public comment. Our next public commenter is Katie Baruzzi. Katie, if you'd like to address the City Council at this time, you may.
Hi, y'all. It's Katie Baruzzi. I'm calling, obviously, to talk about the conflict of interest item. I'm just kidding. I'm calling about G4. the middle. Oh, I made Drew smile. Okay. I want to echo what Adina and Jen said, and I also want to share that I think there's, when I look at a map of our city, I get really frustrated by how elongated it is and how the ways in which our neighborhoods are carved up and separated from each other. I've recently, in the last week, because of the bad air, had spent some time biking over the Ringwood Bike Bridge and along the Bay Trail. And I've really been struck by how great it is to have the bike bridge, the Ringwood Avenue Bike Bridge that connects the Bellhaven neighborhood with my Flood Park area neighborhood. And I also got a chance to ride around the back of Facebook and in the undercrossing that goes under the Bayfront Expressway, which is really amazing. I was just thinking about how much safer and more fun it is to cross Bayfront without having to worry that I'm going to get hit by somebody going 50 miles an hour in their car. And I think this is another one of those things, right? This undercrossing, I used to live in Linfield Oaks. I would have been able to walk to Safeway. I would have been able to ride really quickly over to Rainier at Menlo Velo instead of having to go all the way up and around. This undercrossing is going to be so huge for people in that neighborhood. It's going to be huge for people getting to the pool, to the library. And I know it's an expensive thing. I know that it's a terrible time to be looking at big price tags. But I think for our city, these kinds of connecting places are really important, and they help bring us closer together. We have, like, you know, these scary arterials like El Camino and Bayfront and the train tracks. And I just think it's anytime that we can take advantage of public funds that are available and create like safe, beautiful open spaces for people to get around without having to go get in their car and sit in a lot of traffic just to go 1 mile. That's a good opportunity. So thank you for continuing to move this one forward. And thank you again for all that you're doing.
Thank you for your comment. So this will be a last call for public comments on items G1 through 5. Seeing no hands raised, Mayor Taylor, you may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. And to follow up on, not sure if there are any changes to item G2, the letter. I'm wondering if all the council members got the revised copy of the letter and were able to read it. So I just wanted to check with everyone if we are comfortable voting on all items together, or if there are any items you'd like to pull for further discussion. Councilmember Carlton?
If there's no further discussion, I'll move approval.
Ms. Herron, we have a first and a second.
Thank you, Mayor Taylor. So we do have a motion on the floor by City Council Member Carlton and a second by City Council Member Nash to approve all regular business items with no staff presentations, G1 through G5. By roll call vote, City Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
City Council Member Mueller. City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And Mayor Taylor.
Yes.
The motion passes unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. The next item on the agenda is our regular business. It's item H1. Under regular business, the City Council considers recommendations from city staff on policy matters or administrative actions that require City Council approval. At this time, I'd like to recommend that we pull item H2, adopt the resolution 6585, authorizing the city manager to execute an amendment to a contract for 10 Sheeper. And I'm pulling this item because there needs to be some further clarification. So we will go to item H1, update on and consideration of an extension and modification to the downtown street closure and temporary outdoor use permit. To introduce this item, Councilmember Nash.
Thank you, sorry. I would like to recommend that we continue item H4 except for the cooling station item.
Okay. Councilmember Carlton, I'm not sure if your hand.
I'm seconding her motion.
Okay.
The request.
Thank you. Ms.
So,
Herron?
yes, so if we have City Council consensus to continue items H2 and H4, we don't necessarily need a motion for that. We just need consensus to continue those.
Except for the cooling station.
Correct, aside from the cooling station on H4. So do we have consensus around that?
Yes.
I'm seeing nods. Yes, perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Herron. Okay. So going back to item H1, to introduce this item is our Assistant Community Development Director, Deanna Chow, which looks like our city manager has some information for us. Maybe not.
I just wanted to check in on the Tim Sheeper contract, Madam Mayor.
Yes.
So the pool will close as of October 1st if we don't have an agreement. So I wondered, just for consideration, if the council could give us either identify what we need to look into, or if you would consider extending the contract subject to staff going back and renegotiating some items of the agreement.
I spoke with our interim city attorney, Cara Silver, about it earlier, and she agreed with me continuing it. And she also stated, and Ms. Silver, you may need to clarify this, is that the contract is valid, I believe, until October? Sometime in October is after the 1st. What was the date you gave me earlier, Ms. Silver? And you're on mute.
Thank you. So I was under the impression that the contract amendment expired October 31st, but it actually expires September 31st. So we would have to continue it to one of the 2 hearings that we have scheduled in September in order to avoid a gap in service.
Okay, I'm comfortable with that, and I'm not sure if Ms. Silver had an opportunity to share with you. I just thought it would be better to have the conversation offline.
Oh, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure the council knew that if there's not an agreement, the pool will close on October 1st. But I understand. We'll work with the Team Sheeper to resolve whatever issues.
Okay, thank you. Okay, going back to item H1, the update on and consideration of the extension and modification to the downtown street closure. And Ms. Deanna Chow will be presenting or to introduce this item.
You might be on mute, Deanna.
All right, third time is the charm. Thank you for being patient with me. So I am Deanna Chow, the Assistant Community Development Director, and I will be doing the presentation this evening on the Santa Cruz Avenue pilot program. So let me go ahead and share my screen, and then we'll go ahead and get started. And do you see anything on your end?
Yes.
Yes, we're able to see the presentation, just not in full screen yet.
Okay. Well, let's see. And are you seeing the full presentation or the notes section?
We're still just seeing the PowerPoint, but not in full screen or notes. That's the note view.
Okay, let's
Perfect.
see. Oh,
And now
did it go?
Yes, thank you.
Great. Thank you. Okay, great. So this evening we're going to be reconsidering or having a conversation around the Santa Cruz Avenue Street Closure Pilot Program. Okay. So just highlights of the program. So as you know, the council adopted an urgency ordinance earlier this summer on June 19th, which established a couple of different parts. So one, a closure to portions of Santa Cruz Avenue. It established a temporary outdoor use permit, which waived fees and also provided modifications to current regulations and zoning ordinance requirements. The council also allocated $300,000 to this program from the CIP Street Cafe program and established an expiration of September 17th unless the program is extended. Currently, the city has received 18 applications for outdoor use. You can see there they're divided amongst a variety of different categories, which the council identified as the eligible uses. The majority of the operators are dining establishments and followed by personal services, which are items such as nail salons and hair salons. Most of these are operating in the city's downtown core. And in terms of feedback, we've received a variety of input from various stakeholders, from residents to merchants to visitors who are to our downtown area. We've heard about the loss of retail business due to the street closure. We've heard loss of business just due to COVID. We've heard that pedestrian traffic would be enhanced if there was streets opened back up. And we've heard about a lot of support for the expanded business operations, including some current emails that the City Council received today and over the weekend. And then the Chamber of Commerce, who has been a big supporter of this program, also conducted a survey during this 45-day period, or during this 90-day period. So in the staff report, staff identified several different options. These are just three. The City Council could choose a separate option as well. So the first option is no change to the current Santa Cruz Avenue configuration. So this would remain the street closures as operating today in place. The second option is to consider reopening travel lanes along Santa Cruz Avenue while maintaining some of the on-street parking spaces for outdoor operations. And these would be in select locations where it's desired by merchants. And along with option number two, we would continue to allow operations in downtown parking plazas as well as in the private parking lots. And option number three is to modify Santa Cruz Avenue street closure, and this I'll explain in a little more in the next few slides. And this would be to reevaluate and open select portions of Santa Cruz Avenue. So similar to what is operating today, but potentially a different street configuration. And with any of these three, it's also important to provide staff with feedback on when these changes might occur. And just to note that any street closures would require coordination with our crews to install signage for any street closures and then to actually do the modifications in place. So here's just an example, a comparison between our current street closure, which is on the left side of your screen, and a modified option, which is identified in the staff report. As you can see here, starting from El Camino, heading southbound to Curtis, there would be no changes. The street closure between Doyle and Curtis would remain closed in the southbound direction. Moving away from El Camino, so the left side again, the current street closure pattern, which shows two-way between Curtis and Chestnut, and then closed along the southbound portion of between Chestnut and Crane. And then the modified option, it shows an opening. So there would be two-way traffic between Chestnut and Crane Street. And I apologize, I think on the previous slide, I might have said the southbound avenue, but it's the northbound direction that would remain closed between Doyle and Curtis. And then moving along, so currently we have the street closure between, on two sides of the street, between Crane and Evelyn, and in a modified option, it would potentially reopen the southbound between Crane and Evelyn and leaving the northbound travel lane closed. And then you see here between Evelyn and University, it would remain open in both directions. So the second piece of the program has been the outdoor use permit. And again, this has established an expedited process. It has waived the fees and it's relaxed some of our zoning requirements. The focus of the temporary outdoor use permit has been for retail, dining, personal services, and fitness studios. And the council could consider if they'd like to expand the eligibility list to other uses. Staff hasn't heard of other businesses who might be interested, but this could be consideration to modify as part of the urgency ordinance. And the second piece is the expiration date. So as I mentioned earlier, the original ordinance was established with a 90-day timeframe expiring on September 17th. We have heard that this program has been very popular with our merchants and even our residents who like to experience dining and supporting our local businesses in the outdoors. And so staff is recommending that we do extend this program through the new year so that folks can take advantage of potentially the holiday season or some other peak periods for their business, and extend that through MLK Day, so January 18th, 2021. But again, the council can consider a number of dates that make sense. And staff would also recommend that extending the program, we can reevaluate the program at the beginning of the new year. So again, we are asking the City Council for direction this evening to potentially modify and update the urgency ordinance to consider two pieces. One is the street closure configuration, and second is the program extension dates. And this concludes staff's presentation, and I'm happy to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chow, for the presentation. Are there any follow-up questions from the council before we go to public comment? Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Regarding the parklets, on the ones that were approved pre-pandemic, so the folks who've got a more established parklet, what is the expiration date on those, or what was the what are the parameters on those parklets?
I'd have to double check to see. I know there was a sharing agreement between the city and the owners, and we can double check and I can get back to you on that. I don't have the date off the top of my head.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't get that. I was just thinking of the presentation, but it's just based on the expiration date for those. Thank you.
Right, and those are definitely, as I said, a partnership between the business and the city. You know, those the construction of the outdoor cafes was probably in the range of $60,000 to $75,000. You know, they're more permanent in nature and have more enhancements, if you will.
Thank you.
Councilmember Carlton, did you have your hand raised? Are there any follow-up questions before we go to public comment? Okay, Ms. Herron, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Taylor. So for any member of the public wishing to speak on item G4 regarding the downtown closure update, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So our first hand raise is George Paplos. George, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council. Looks like you should be able to speak now, George. It doesn't look like you're muted any longer.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm sorry. I'd like to introduce myself. My name is George Paplos. Me and my mother are the owners of Ann's Coffee Shop there, and I'm certain everyone has at least eaten there once, or they know exactly who we're talking about. Just wanted to get it out on the record that I believe we're the last of the Mohicans there. We're the oldest now. The jeweler left, and I think the furniture left. Ann's been there since '46. This pandemic has really, really, really put us down, and we're trying. The temporary parklet there that we've put up is just enough to keep the employees paid and trying to pay some of our rent. We all know the place has been there for 9 decades, if you count them from the 40s to the 2020s now. 3 or 4 generations of customers. We've fed a lot of kids, a lot of grandparents, and a lot of parents. It's the epitome of a small business. You guys all, I'm certain, have seen my mother. The cooks have been there for more than a decade. The waiters and the waitresses has been there. So it really is one feeding the other. What I wanted to express here is both option 1 and option 2 really do work for us. You do allow us to keep our stuff out there. But what I really wanted to emphasize today is even if it goes past, I think the deadline said January 18th or 19th. And if this pandemic isn't beaten and we're not open, at that time, we're going to definitely need some more. But we had never considered it in the past, but right now a permanent parquet is what we would need. But the honest to goodness, the way we've been running on, again, just enough for the employees to get a salary. My mom is working there, and I'm telling you, come and look at our books. She's working there as a volunteer right now these months. And everybody's pitched in. I've brought family. We've set the stuff up. I've brought nephews. We borrowed chairs. We've done everything to keep it going. But we've never put out a bid. But one of the council persons earlier said something permanent is between 60 and 75,000. And I don't know where I would get started to start filling out some stuff, put out a tin cup, something to try to get a little bit of money to help us put something permanent. I'm certain Menlo Park would want it. And maybe this weekend I'll start getting a signature page from the customers, if they would like to see something there permanent as well. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you for your comment. Our next public commenter will be Katie Baruzzi. Katie, if you'd like to address
everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so this is such a tough, tricky issue, and I think there are a lot of unknowns. I wanted to just flag one thing for you in particular, which is that right now our students are remote learning, but at some point, knock on wood, at least some of them are going to go back to school, and Santa Cruz Avenue has been populated extensively in the past by kids, especially going to and from Hillview. I know they tend to ride down Santa Cruz Ave in the morning when there's not a lot of traffic, and then they often come back on Santa Cruz Ave, blowing all the stop signs, which makes me crazy, but also patronizing a lot of the businesses on Santa Cruz Avenue. And I just want to make sure that we're taking into account sort of the brain of a 12, 13, 14-year-old on a bike outside, probably getting to access time with friends when we're thinking about the flow of pedestrians, cyclists, and vehicles on Santa Cruz Avenue. Because I worry that the one-way stretches, you're going to see kids riding the wrong way on their bikes. or that if we have kids get off and walk signs, they're not going to do it because they're kids and, you know, they're not doing too much with the signs already as it is. So if there's any way to make this as idiot proof as possible, not to say that our kids are idiots, that would be great. I went to Amsterdam in February. It was like the last trip before COVID. And I couldn't help but notice that it wasn't that people were better behaved. They just had better design for the streets. Like people were still jaywalking, drivers were still playing chicken with pedestrians, but they just had somehow managed to kind of like clearly delineate where everybody was supposed to be and kind of separate those ways. So not to throw one more variable in the mix, but if you could think about sort of really clearly delineating, okay, here, you're a car, here's where you go. Yeah, you're a bike, here's where you go. You're a pedestrian, this is a good place for you. That, not so much. That would be really great. Anyway, that's what I got. Thank you.
Thank you for your public comment. Our next public commenter will be Adina Levin. Adina, you're off mute and able to address the City Council at this time. Adina, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you can provide your comment now.
Aha, here's the mute button. Adina Levin, member of the Complete Streets Commission, speaking for myself as someone who lives near downtown and patronizes downtown businesses on a daily basis, if not more than once a day. So I was intending to, but did not quite get to before the meeting, sending to the City Council several photographs that I had taken over time since the new downtown configuration has been in place, with bike racks being filled with bikes of people who seem pretty clearly to be patronizing our local businesses. So I'm really glad to see that we're making these changes that are helping businesses stay as afloat as possible during COVID and helping our residents be able to enjoy downtown Menlo Park at a time when we're not doing a lot of travel, and would encourage you to consider what Ms. Baruzzi said, and also consider the fact that we have people that are attending and patronizing the businesses using multiple modes of travel. The fact that you have approved a climate action plan with goals of reducing, looking to set goals to reduce driving miles and being able to get downtown and getting in the habit of coming downtown when we're taking a lot of short trips without driving is something that can help our climate goals as a city. I think also in terms of having space, like an additional type of design that's used in the Netherlands and other places is where you have streets where drivers are going extremely slowly. There are areas that have, like less delineation because people are going so slowly that is less of a safety hazard. But at any rate, I would encourage you to approve solutions that allow people to get downtown using multiple modes of travel, including walking and bicycling where possible, since it is something that is healthy and safe and helps people be happier at a difficult time. So thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Adina. Our next public commenter is Fran Dean. Fran, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you can address the City Council at this time.
Great, thank you very much. Just as background, COVID pandemic has forced local businesses to modify their business model to accommodate county and local health orders, which has severely limited capacity and financial viability. To that end, and we really thank City Council for adopting the urgency ordinance 1070 on June 19th, which allowed for closing portions of Santa Cruz Avenue and created temporary outdoor use permits. The ordinance was effective upon adoption and is designated to expire in 90 days, which is June 17th, unless extended by the city. Although it's adopted as a single ordinance, we'd like to comment and request your consideration of each facet of the ordinance independently. The street closure on Santa Cruz Avenue and the outdoor use permitting. This is particularly important since street closure is particular to segments of a single street, while the outdoor use permitting applies citywide. On the Santa Cruz Avenue street closure, our recommendations are to open northbound lane to traffic. That is from Stacks to the former Flagels location, just to get your bearings. Or another way of saying it, the even numbered street addresses. Open that travel lane. Install barricades for current, what would be impacted permittees in that area, specifically Ann's Coffee Shop, or if Roma wants to expand more. Maintain the current southbound configuration, the odd number street addresses as is. In doing this, it will also designate an area for passive holiday decor and continue current entertainment areas as we now enjoy on the weekends. And then finally, from street closure recommendations, set a mid-January roadway checkpoints for comments. I'm not saying change anything, I'm saying designate a checkpoint in the same way that there was a 45-day evaluation. The second portion that I'm addressing is the outdoor expansion permitting. And what we recommend is to extend outdoor expansion permitting indefinitely. Businesses investing under temporary expansion permits, if desired, should be allowed to convert to permanent status under the shared expense parklet guidelines. Outdoor expansion permitting provides a unique lifeline for business, irrespective of their geographic location. So in conclusion, our recommendations are as follows. Under street closures, we recommend opening northbound travel lanes of Santa Cruz Avenue while maintaining the current southbound status quo. For outdoor expansion permit, we recommend that permits be extended indefinitely, irrespective of any street closure decision. Additionally, we ask that those businesses who have invested in semi-permanent structures, such as platforms, be considered for the previously formalized parklet program, if the businesses so choose to convert those applications at a later date. Thanks very much.
Thank you for your comment. Our final public comment on item H1 comes from Alex Beltramo. Alex, if you'd like to unmute yourself, you may address the City Council at this time.
Thank you. Good evening. Clearly, the Parklet program is a wonderful success. Please expand it. But parklets do not require the street to be closed, and the roadblocks are hurting our downtown businesses in these ways. 1, accessibility. The way people shop on the main street is to drive to within sight of their storefront, then park. If you can't do that and have to come in from Menlo Ave or Oak Grove, then you need to know the correct cross street and which parking lot to choose. That's difficult, even for me. We shouldn't expect people to have the downtown memorized. 2, safety. Confused drivers are looking at their phones for guidance. Careless pedestrians and bikers wander from closed streets into open streets, and ambulances and fire trucks have reduced access. None of this is safe. 3, parking. On an open Santa Cruz Avenue, there's a good chance you can park close to your store entrance. Now that possibility is gone. Furthermore, the downtown has never had an abundance of parking. If the closed streets ever did become a place to gather, there would not be enough parking to support both people shopping and people socializing. 4, exposure. It's hard to beat the advertising from someone driving along and saying, oh, I can buy a sofa here. That doesn't happen now. 5, presentability. The closed blocks are barren and the shops there look like failures. To add further insult, shoppers are now expected to use the back entrance, which, if there is one, is often a narrow hallway that goes past the restrooms. Shops have spent millions of dollars making their storefronts and entrances attractive. That's where they would like to greet the people as they enter. Customers wandering in from the back is not a good experience for anyone. Please believe the businesses when they tell you that the street closures are bad for them. First, they have actual sales data to support it. Second, they look out at the street every day. If the closures were showing potential of being good for them, they would see that. Thirdly, they talk to their customers. Businesses want what their customers want, and the actual customers of Santa Cruz Avenue want the street reopened. So I ask that the council focus on what is working and expand the parklet program, but please open the rest of the street so other businesses can survive along with the restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. At this time, Mayor Taylor, I see no further hands raised. You may continue.
Thank you, Ms. Herron, and thank you for all of the public comment. And I'd like to check in. I am assuming that we all made it downtown within the past 2 weeks just to look at what was going on. Councilmember Carlton and I did. I believe that was on Friday morning, which I'm glad we did together just to hear one another's opinions. And then also Councilmember Carlton knew a lot of the shop owners, the real retail owners. So at any rate, I think one of the apparent observations is that Santa Cruz Avenue, the structure of it, cannot accommodate everything. And so looking at what will work with what we have and some pieces that I noticed downtown. One is just around there are some issues just around the parking lots. I noticed some dumping, some cleanup that needed. But just visually trying to make it down the street, trying to get from one place to the other, depending on what shop you want to go to, or if you're just sightseeing. So I tried to view downtown as if I hadn't been there, just to kind of get a feel for how it would be for someone who hadn't been there before versus someone who's familiar with it. People who go downtown literally every day. Actually, I've seen a gentleman down there almost every time I've gone having breakfast at Stacks. So there are people who use downtown regularly, regardless of what street closures have happened, it looks like to me. But at any rate, I'd be interested just to hear, not just from the subcommittee, but also from our vice mayor to see what you observed and what your suggestions are. If you spent time actually dining, if you did any activity, or was it just kind of an observation? I see smiles. Did you enjoy your downtown walk? Maybe I should start there. What did you do? What did you see? Councilmember Nash.
So Councilmember Mueller and I went walked there yesterday. It was very warm, and I will let Councilmember Mueller sort of come up with what we describe what we came up with. But I would say it was well worth the trip. It was very interesting. It was very hot. It was 107 degrees, which, yeah, but there were still some people out, which was surprising. You know, anyway, it was great. And it was a good experience.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good experience. It's funny, where we ended up is not so different than where the chamber ended up, but just with a little, I'd say, a slight variation. So where we ended up was that you would have basically until you got to Curtis Street. So you would have the closure you have now in front of Bistro Vita and Left Bank. And then as you go up, you would maintain, you basically from Curtis until, well, we had it going all the way to Camper, but now I see Avanti doesn't want the closure. But you basically would open up the other side of the road there, so there wouldn't be any section of Santa Cruz Avenue that was closed on both sides. But you would have you would have closures, complete closures on one side of the street. There'd be some intermittent openings. And then, Betsy, do you want to describe there? I think there was one area where we say we would, so from Curtis up, and then other closures where they are presently now. So, and Betsy, do you want to explain?
So essentially, we were thinking of the 2 blocks that we were recommending changing were the block which is completely closed off right now, from Crane to Evelyn, and we would open up we saw that Roma was seemed to have expanded into this, they have expanded into the street. It seems to be working for them. And so we were going to leave that part of the street closed and actually open up the side,
the Galata Bistro.
Yeah, I looked up Galata Bistro and
Fleet Feet.
Fleet Feet, we would strongly hope that, and I did not have a chance to reach out to Jim, I'll just mention that we were hoping that Fleet Feet would use a parklet because they are using the closed street, but that would give one side of the street closure, and so that would allow people to be driving still by using driving on one side of the street. And then we were actually thinking about closing as well in front of Amici's and Campers. So we'd close the entire street on this side, I guess it's the north side of the street, from Crane until University. And there's two restaurants, Amici's and Camper, which are both using outdoor seating, as well as the Art Ventures Gallery, which has been using the outdoor space. And we thought it would be advantageous to create more of a pedestrian zone there as well.
So, but then open the other side. So basically you'd have traffic being able to flow, I guess the word is south, all the way down on one side to about 3/4 of the way on Santa Cruz, and be able to flow north, northbound about 1/4 of Santa Cruz. If that makes any sense.
And one of the reasons why we did that is we liked that opportunity for Ann's to expand that, to use that area. And we felt that there was, there would be plenty of parking on the other side of the street in front of Wells Fargo and Penzies for people who were going to run in, for example, for the bagel, to be able to park there, run in, get the bagel and run out. And whereas if on the other side of the street, especially if someone else expands in the parklet, there would be less parking there. So we're actually, and it would also be less desirable to have people driving right by the Ann's Coffee Shop dining.
So the only place where we were adding to it was in front of Camper and Amici. That's the only new addition. Everything else would be subtraction. And all the rest of the edits would be subtraction on one side of the street.
Well, there would actually only be the one side on in front of Galata Bistro.
Right.
Yeah, correct.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, so digging into that proposal, because one of part of the, or at least one of the proposals that we left off with the last time we discussed this was one that allowed like sort of one through way of traffic, and so then that like you could access all of Santa Cruz on, and I think in that case we were sort of looking at the north lanes, not northbound, but the northern lanes. And so and opening that up, and part of that again was based on this idea that the interior design firms were the businesses that were most opposed to the street closures. And that also based on, I think, Councilmember Carlton, actually the owners of the Bagel Street Cafe also actually opposed the street closures. And so what you're proposing is not something that seems to respond to those concerns. And so if we could, not to sort of put you on the spot, you know, walk me through like how then you sort of balance that, how then it sort of like it's how then we end up with, again, like those businesses most concerned about the closures still having the closures in front of their businesses?
Yeah, so what we see is they still have parking, it's just across the street. But what we saw when we went out there was that Roma and both Roma and Ann's were actually out into the street using those areas. And so and we didn't see a lot of bistro using it. And what we've seen of Fleet Feet was that they weren't moving out all the way into the street. And so looking at what the actual usage was, we thought, well, it's not a big deal for someone to drive down the street, park, and walk across a short area, especially considering the area that they're walking into on the other side has no traffic at all in it. But the area was being that area was being actually utilized by merchants on the other side. Even on that hot day yesterday, we saw that whole area being utilized. And so because of that, we thought, okay, well, it's not that big of, we can open up the other side and people can park and walk across one lane of traffic.
And it also seems like a much nicer, just more pleasant dining if you don't have the car right next to you. So it seemed like a good trade-off.
Whereas a lot of bistro already has they've taken up the whole parklet. They weren't out past the parklet, their permanent parklet structure.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton? You're on mute, Councilmember Carlton.
Sorry, someone joked earlier that you're on mute is the new Zoom greeting. Kind of to Councilmember Combs' point, the main concern that we're hearing almost universally is wanting a one lane open for people to be able to go from one end of downtown Menlo Park to the other, to be able to see where things are. And having it chopped has to have people really memorizing where things are, or as someone was saying earlier, looking at their phones. So a couple of times now I've gone door to door talking to people. And when it gets down to Roma, they're happy to take over more of the parking spaces and move out of the street. And adamantly, I can't say strongly enough, adamantly, Rococo and Taupe, Teresa's, Sophie Love, all those guys are happy to give up their parking spaces to allow Roma to do that. Galata Bistro hasn't moved out further because Galata Bistro doesn't like the street closures and wishes it would be open. In fact, so does Avant, so does Frosh, so does Sense, so does Gattane, so does Baskin Robbins. So I support the idea of letting Fleet Feet use it as, actually I lie, Baskin Robbins doesn't care. But I think it's great letting Fleet Feet stay because they do like it. And if that's helping their business, you know, they're a very loved business and I want to support that too. But being able to open the street going from University to El Camino Real in one strip is really what people are asking for, so that people can find the shops, so that people can drive through. There's foot traffic and there's also car drive-through to find where they're going. Ann's Coffee Shop, we went and looked, and the way that they have the tents, they can easily turn the other direction and go up the parking space. The Discovery Shop, Bagel Street Cafe, Ruby, and even oddly, Le Boulanger adamantly say they're happy to have them move to the side so that they can open up the street and have that flow. It would be great if we could have 2 parking spaces at the end so people could go in, but this is what the businesses are saying that they really want. And Left Bacon Bistro are blossoming and they're using that. And if they want to keep that closed for now, Walgreens and Starbucks hope that that's not going to be permanent. But if that's helping their business, that's fine. But what's addressing the issue is that people want a straight shot to be able to drive down Menlo Park to find where they're going without having to cut back and forth. and with two places have the ability to move in like the parklets that we have, or it's not parklet, that's not really the correct term, but you know what I mean, serving people in the parking area. And people say, well, it's not nice having cars drive by. People said that before when we put the first round of this in, and people in Left Bank and Vista Vita and all the places that install them have actually enjoyed it. So there's a way of doing this so that it supports our restaurants in the way they needed to be supported with extra outdoor seating. And it also supports the other retail stores. A lot of the feedback we heard was favoritism, that we are hurting a large number of the retail stores to help a couple of restaurants. And I understand how that upsets them, but there's an easy way to open up the side from University to El Camino Real so that you have that flow of traffic that addresses the needs of all the businesses. And I'm delighted that the Chamber of Commerce is in agreement with this, because pretty much universally, this is what everyone's asking for. And all the retail stores around them have agreed that in fact, it's made me feel really happy. I was really moved at how people are really willing to work together to make something that works, because everyone wants the restaurants to be successful as well as the retail stores. And I don't know if Mayor Taylor wanted to, you were with me when we were talking, if you wanted to add anything in that.
Thank you, Councilmember Carlton. I'm going through my notes now, and there were also some concerns. Well, I'm not sure if this was on our walkthrough or not, Councilmember Carlton, but concerns around pedestrian safety. I think we had a few public comments on that. And then also the speed of cars traveling from parking lot to parking lot. And so business owners are observing just how people are driving. And I don't think it's just specific to downtown. I actually think it's probably not just throughout our city, but in several cities. And
just to clarify for people, because people didn't have the straight shot that we're talking about, they're cruising through, to get that straight shot, they're cruising through the parking lots. And a number of people had observed cars doing that and that it was dangerous. I'm sorry, carry on.
That's okay. Thank you for clarifying that. And then also, and I think I brought this up before, was just about signage. Something, and I'm not sure if it is a new sign regarding Shop Menlo Park, but I think we did have a comment about the open for business sign in the front of Santa Cruz Avenue and El Camino as well. And then Councilmember Carlton and I talked a little bit about just some marketing that we could be doing as council members. Just thinking about there is activity downtown. There are things to do, and of course, Ali wants an extension for his permit because he'd like to continue with the dancing on Saturdays. But just thinking about what more we can be doing just to pull people not just downtown, but to shop throughout our city. And Councilmember Mueller.
Thank you for your comments, Mayor. So I'm totally fine with you guys with we just based it on what we observed. So I'm fine with going the northbound and keeping the closures on the other side. Because candidly, I'm just excited about the fact that what we came up with months ago is showing promise in certain areas on the street. Every time someone comes up to me and says, we went dancing, social distance dancing at Bistro Vita, or we did these different things, I think that's outstanding. That's great. So compromising one side of the street or the other, fine. But I think we're showing promise in the original plan that it is working. I think it's working better here than in actually some other places on the peninsula. With respect to the idea of spending money on marketing, so while I'm interested in that, candidly, I'm way more interested in spending money on capital improvements, because what I saw yesterday downtown walking when it's empty is it looks shabby. Like the street looks shabby. The brick looks shabby. It needs, we need to, like, you know, we've talked about it before, but like, we have to make some real repairs to that downtown, just infrastructure. And so if we're going to spend money, I think that goes, I mean, honestly, I think that goes further for us than doing marketing. You know, now's the time that we can do some things down there, like repair the brick and the crosswalks, like pave, you know, it's empty down there. So there are things that we can do in some of those areas that might actually have the same result as a street closure, but long-term benefit us. So anyway.
Thank you. Councilmember Carlton.
I agree 100%, Councilmember Mueller. And Mayor Taylor and I also noticed that just basic cleanliness, you know, the things needed to be sprayed and cleaned more often. And one of the things that I looked into with the smart city is you can put cameras in the trash cans so that they can set off a light to let people know when they need to be, when the city needs to service some of the trash cans. There's a lot of things that we can do to make it cleaner, brighter. I think with marketing, we were just talking about maybe partnering with Fran and the Chamber of Commerce. Instead of doing the wine walk in March, if we could figure out how to do a social distance holiday wine walk to get people downtown shopping for the holidays, something that we could do in partnership that would be fun in a socially distanced way. I don't know what that would be. We were just throwing ideas around, and you know, we can follow up with Fran on that.
Thank you. Councilmember Nash.
So I don't want to belabor the point about which side of the street. I just want to point out that residents, who I think are the primary folks who are going downtown, are actually well, if they know their way around town, I think that there may be some benefit to having folks go down Santa Cruz and keep going through town, like to be able to reach Trader Joe's. Since right now, and rather than have to go around onto Menlo or Oak Grove, which is the way they would have to go if the south side of the street is closed off. And so people going, and then because Santa Cruz Avenue, you can't turn left onto Santa Cruz. When you open up the south side of the street, you're just, and you're catching fewer people, since you're not, I think that some people are coming on the south side, but more people are probably going, well, towards the bay rather than towards the mountains, from El Camino to into downtown. Does that make any sense? And then the one other piece I wanted to throw out there, actually, I think I'm sort of talking myself out of it as I'm saying that. So the other piece of that is there any appetite to doing more of a closure on the other side of the street? So if we have one full side of the street open, we have one full side of the street closed. The reason being that then there's more area for people walking and biking to social distance to be able to go down the entire way.
Councilmember Carlton.
One of the weird things that we noticed was that even with the street closed, people still walked on this pavement for the most part, and they just kind of used the middle part to cross the street. But closing down the other side of the street, really for no other benefit, the retail stores have made it really clear they don't want it closed. And I've heard that loud and clear, except for Fleet on the south side, except for Fleet Feet. I see your hand up. Go ahead.
Thank you. I just want to say we continue to talk about the retail and the businesses downtown, which are absolutely important. But there has been a strong voice from residents that they actually would like to see the entire street closed, and they actually would like to do more closure. And so while we're talking about, we continue to talk about the businesses, and of course they're important, and we all want to see the businesses thriving, but there's also a strong contingent of people who would like to see the street completely closed and available to pedestrian traffic and foot traffic. So I do buy that there are people, there are definitely, there's been a strong voice from businesses. I would point out that Avant Optical actually wrote in favor of the street closure, in addition to Fleet Feet. But we need to remember that we've got residents who are, I think, concerned right now about walking down, about being out and doing too much out, but people are asking for more pedestrian access.
Thank you. Councilmember Mueller.
I think everyone's raising strong points. I think that the outcome, though, isn't necessarily determined tonight on what it will be. I think if you shut one side, if you say we're going to open one side of the street completely and then the other is going to have pockets of closure, which it will have, that'll lend itself to an analysis later on as whether or not how do people behave as a result of that. And does that mean that when we're observing that in effect, does that mean that people are no longer really traversing the other side of the street, but they in effect start to treat it like a one-way? And if that's the case and we see vibrancy restored, well, the assumption that vibrancy is restored, that it went away because of the street closure. If we were to see an increase in vibrancy that people found acceptable with an observed practice that people really aren't traveling the other short pockets, it would lend itself to the conclusion that you might be able to actually start closing other pockets of that other side of the street. So, however, if you observe people were still using it completely, then you wouldn't do that. But I think in this case, what we can do is we can open the one side of the street, leave the other closed in pockets, observe what happens objectively, and then see if it makes sense. So, but I tend to personally think that I've always thought that if we closed one side of Santa Cruz or pockets of one side of Santa Cruz, that people would just start treating it as a one-way street, but for the cut-through areas. And so, because it's a pain, because why else are you going to try to cut down, go the other direction? Your behavior isn't going to want to do that. So anyway, I just think we wait and see. I think there's a possibility that after we do that, if traffic is restored in a way that people like and are comfortable with, that you actually might get to a point where others on the other side of the street will say, hey, wait a second, now there's an opportunity where I have this traffic flow, and wait, I can get extra square footage in front of my store. All right, sign me up. So hope that makes sense.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, one of the things that I'm always very aware of is that certain groups of people tend to organize better and call their friends and contact us. And I always worry that the tail wags the dog sometimes in terms of the people that contact us. The majority of people in Menlo Park are worried about the balancing, zooming into their office, how to homeschool their kids at the same time as they don't take the time necessarily to contact us on a lot of these things. And I honestly think that the retail stores are the best experts on what their clients like and don't like. And if we want to get rid of a lot of our retail stores and replace them with others, then we ignore them. If we love our retail stores and we want to cherish them and keep them in Menlo Park, then we ignore them at our peril. But I was just speaking philosophically on that because I don't know, I respect that I respect the stories that they're telling me about how when everything really shut down, when there was an 8 o'clock curfew and things were really bad, their business went down. But they were saying, some were explaining that their business got even worse after the street closures. And some of that might be emotional and not as factual as they perceive. Some of it may be factual. I don't know, that's not I don't run their business and it's not my place to say. But I do listen to them and I do respect them. And I want to make sure that they, because a lot of them are watching, that they know that the city council does respect them and we do care about them. And we're working to find a balance between supporting all of our businesses and supporting the things that make our residents happy. And sometimes that is a perilous unicycle to ride, but that's what we're trying to do. And I hope that all parties, as they hear us discussing this, do feel respected.
Councilmember Mueller.
It's a good point, Councilmember Carlton. And what I would say is that in the discussion about thinking about like whether or not it makes sense to add other pockets on the other side of the street, I'm not engaging in that discussion because I'm trying to just, make residents happy. Part of the thing about making residents happy is it means that they're going to go downtown to enjoy it. And one of the, the big thing is that even before COVID-19, we were losing retailers and we were getting complaints from retailers constantly, whether they were blaming the lack of a parking garage or blaming different things, that basically downtown was suffering. And that's something that's persisted in our downtown for quite some time. And the businesses that we lost very early to COVID-19 were already suffering. And we lost businesses last year that we lost before COVID-19 that were longstanding businesses. And so when we talk about, I just hope people or when our retailers understand that when we talk about, okay, we're looking at, when we're looking at these things to try to, obviously we're trying to help provide outdoor social distancing to help people get through. And we were hoping that more retailers would actually move their goods into the street. When we talk about, okay, well, now we're looking at this other side of the street, and if traffic returns to one side, is there a chance that there'll be increased vibrancy on the other? We're actually we're doing that, also trying to figure out a way to get more people downtown to support their businesses.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yeah, so chiming in here, I actually like Councilmember Nash's idea of if we're going to have an open lane, maybe we close down a whole another lane. It seemed simple and straightforward, and I do think though there's just my concern that we would if you're talking about sort of the Curtis to Chestnut, where we're blocking off businesses that sort of see no value, and that maybe we would then sort of again spin ourselves into creating another very adamant constituency against it. But I like that idea, and so if to I think what Councilmember Mueller is suggesting, right? Again, let's sort of keep it closed in pockets, right? Open up the north lanes, right? Or the north lane, and then we see, right? And then maybe we do sort of get the signal or evidence we need to really then exercise with political capital the closure of some of those the other portions of the street. That being said, then if we are sort of again opening up, if we're moving toward a direction of opening up between sort of Chestnut and Crane, that the Ann's Coffee, Bagel Street Cafe side, then again, I am very much in support of I know that there is some disagreement over the nomenclature that we use, but the parklets are those little sort of that area be cordoned off. I think Judy has something to share since she's come on, so I'll let her speak.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. So at this time, I'm going to be excusing Mayor Taylor and asking Vice Mayor to take over at this time. So just a friendly announcement for all.
Thanks. And so again, like I said, so if we are opening up, I do, again, obviously the restaurants really require outdoor space, right? It's not a luxury. They require it at this moment to be able to operate. And so I do want to make sure that, like, and again, in that section, and then whether it's sort of Roma and making sure that they then, if we're opening up that side of the street, that they really do have all of the additional space that they need to really expand into those parking spots. And so yes, and this is, I think Councilmember Nash was saying how she was sort of talking herself out of something like this is something I feel I've also like evolved on. You know, you're trying to pick what's right for the businesses, what's right for residents, but also what sort of pushes us, right, to really kind of do something that's a little out of the box, so we can see if this is something that works. And so again, those are my thoughts. Was there, and then now it's me. I think Councilmember Nash, or was it? I'll go with Councilmember Carlson. She has her hand up.
I was going to make a motion, and I'm going to throw this out for you guys. I was thinking that we could extend this till the end of January, just because we don't want to have anything changing during the holidays. If we're going to do this, it's actually better to do it in January when things are calm. If anything's going to be more fundamentally changed. Are you guys, just straw poll, are you guys good with the end of January? Okay, so then I move we open up the north, sorry.
Councilmember Nash, I think she wants to.
I'm so sorry, I wasn't raising my hand in agreement. I was raising my hand because I wanted to find out exactly what the parameters are that you're talking about. Because if you're talking about just about the street closure, then I'm good, but I have some comments about the parklets that I wanted to make before we make a, depending what we're deciding on that.
Please go ahead.
Thank you. I guess on the parklets, I totally agree, extending them. In fact, I would tend to extend them, the temporary parklets, through the end of whatever the pandemic ends up being, so that they actually can invest. But I also, there's definitely been some, at least Bistro Vita, who is interested in getting a more permanent status, because they are going to be, they're interested in investing more for the winter months so that they can actually stay outside and active during that time. And so I would be interested in, I would like to propose that we actually have a second, more permanent tier. And I don't know that, well, that's why I was actually curious what the other parklets, the original parklets, what their expiration, what date was. Just presumably to see whether we could match whatever the more permanent is with that, depending how far out that is.
Ms. Shaw, please.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. So we were able to look at the previous agreements, and it's a 5-year agreement. The ones that we presented were executed in the end of 2016 and 2017 for a 5-year term, and then I believe it goes to a month-to-month. Following that, and there would be a licensing fee that the merchant would be paying.
So does that answer your question, Councilmember Nash, or does it?
Excuse me. It did. I guess I'd look to community development to make a recommendation as to how far out we could actually have groups like Bistro Vita, who really want some certainty before they make an additional investment, how far out we could say that we could commit to them. But I would be very much in favor of a longer term commitment for restaurants that, or for any business that wants to make an investment in which they feel like they really need more certainty.
Can I get a clarification on your question?
Yeah, totally. Can I have a clarification too? But when you say, Councilmember Nash, Bistro Vita, so they have access to a permanent sort of parklet. So what additional investment are they looking to make?
So they have also got a second parklet partly in front of Walgreens. Perhaps Ms. Chow actually can explain better, but my understanding is they've made an investment for another platform, which I'm sure everyone's seen, it's beautiful, in front of Walgreens. And they're also looking at this point to put in some canopies and heat lamps. And they've been apparently working with the San Mateo County Health to make sure that they're keeping within all the regulations. And before they do another investment, they wanted to have a little more certainty from the city. And I certainly strongly would support that.
I just wanted to make sure you're talking about a parklet taking up more of the parking spaces or permanently closing the street?
I think parking spaces, right?
Correct.
Oh, parking spaces. Okay, great. Two different animals. Thank you.
Okay. So please go.
Thank you. Just for Councilmember Nash, so with the parklets, so yes, Bistro Vita did make a substantial investment into the platform that was created to do the extension for the outdoor dining. The owner would like to make continuous improvements. I think they submitted something into CCN with their plans for an awning covering, and certainly that lends itself to even a greater review in terms of needing a building permit, looking at site distance. Depending upon if that portion of the street remains open or closed, it may or may not be allowed, because right now it's part of a closed portion of the street, and if we open it back up through vehicular traffic, we'll need to take a closer look at site distance for pedestrians in the crosswalk, since that site is fairly close to Doyle. Also, right now, they did receive approval from Walgreens to use a portion of their spaces on a temporary basis. I know, as Councilmember Carlton noted, they do have, I think, longer term concerns about the use of the parking spaces. And so when we went through with the outdoor street cafes, that went through a process to actually remove some of the on-street parking spaces. And so I think we can consider them potentially in two different phases. One, what is this as an extension of this temporary outdoor program versus a long-term permanent program where we would probably go through the typical process, for noticing removal of on-street parking spaces, a more extensive review of the building permit or encroachment permit. So there are a number of things that are being waived at this time in order to help expedite the reviews. But in the temporary, this is something that the council would like to see, potentially we align it with the adjacent, their current agreement for 5 years. But to, I think, allow for something more permanent, we would probably want to take another closer look at that and keep it as a separate project than this temporary outcomes permit.
So we're going to go back, Councilmember Carlton, to your motion, and then we'll see if there's any friendly amendments or a second, and go from there.
So I'm moving to open up the north side of the street, and staff needs to work very hard with Roma and Anne's Coffee Shop to flip their tables into the parking area to create parklets. In order to do that, we want to make sure that we support our restaurants as well as our businesses. And if Fleet Feet want to use a parklet, I think that's great. Fleet Feet need a parklet, and that will open up the road down to Curtis. And whether all the previous conversation aside, I think we'll take that as a separate vote. For now, temporarily leaving the side of the street between Curtis and Doyle where Left Bank and Bistro Vita, I think we can leave that whole side closed so they can continue with their dancing and all that. Whether you want to do it end of February, if that makes it better, I don't mind. But if we're going to do it temporary, it doesn't mean it ends. It just means that we do a check-in and say, is this working? Is this not working? Do we want to extend?
Yeah, so just so I can understand, and with regards to the timeline for implementing the changes, like what's the direction the staff there for making these changes versus like how long?
Staff is going to need a while to do these changes. Do we need to give them an absolute deadline, or do we need to say, you know, as soon as applicable? I don't know, no. October 1st?
Okay, but but then you're saying with regards to February, so the changes that we're suggesting
can stay.
Okay.
I think it's fine to leave. Now, granted, Harvest is going to be mad at me for saying that, but between Curtis and Doyle, leaving that street closure so that they can have the programming that they want there. I think that would be great to have that through the holidays, and then to review that after the holidays are over to see how that's going.
All right, so that's the motion. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I would, before we take a vote, I'd like to get some input from staff, because I know that the current street closure has been quite labor intensive, and just if they have any comments about things that might be beneficial, anything lessons learned that would be helpful before we actually give them direction without having that input.
Thanks. So I think our public works crew has been very accommodating and is willing to make the adjustments. I think given enough lead time, they are able to make the changes in the field. So we'll have to look at what sort of signage is needed in advance of any road closures, any signage that may be needed if we need to reroute cyclists. We also need to just double check if we need to procure any additional barricades for the road closures or barriers between restaurants or outdoor retailers or other services. So it will take some time just to coordinate with our public works crew, but I believe they, are happy to help where they can.
Deanna, do you think October 1st is a reasonable time?
I think so. I think that seems, yeah.
Okay, I'll say October 1st, and if there's a problem, come back to us and let us know.
Great, and may I ask just for also clarification of my understanding of the motion is that, and just so I'm oriented, when I think of northbound, I'm thinking El Camino goes in, or the Santa Cruz is going in north-south direction, but my understanding is when you're saying northbound, if I'm looking at the sort of left side of Santa Cruz, is that?
Yes.
Yes, so, okay. And the right side would remain as the closed lane? And so like the portion between
remain closed in front between Doyle and Curtis, and we can work with Baskin Robbins if they want to have that parklet in front.
Okay, so Doyle to Curtis remains closed as it is today, and then for Fleet Street, that is remains closed as it is today.
Yeah.
And then Curtis to Chestnut is open currently, but we're suggesting to close that?
No.
Okay, leave as is.
I'm saying between Evelyn and Crane, we work with Fleet Feet and Baskin Robbins to put a parklet in front because they're the only ones, they seemed happy having that. But
I think we're not, I think there's just so I can understand, there's a sort of misalignment. So we would still keep that in that portion or that side of the street closed. And so it would not be, let's work about parklets. And so we would open up the site with the interior design businesses, but that would remain closed exactly like the portion between Doyle and Curtis. And that those would be the two sections.
I was actually suggesting we open up both sides and put a parklet in front of Fleet Feet and Baskin Robbins.
So I don't know if you're gonna get a second on that, but you can certainly make that your motion, and we can.
Well, if you want to keep it closed, we can.
Yeah.
But most of the businesses on that side, and if you read Avant, they're supportive. They weren't excited about it, and I spoke to them on the phone. They said they were willing to work around things to support other restaurants and all this, but Galata Bistro has made it very clear they want it open.
Yeah, and I'll let you.
The only one who's really excited about it being open is Fleet Feet.
I mean, I'll let you make whatever motion you are. Remember, though, there are these competing interests, right? And so it's just not the business interest. There was this desire of having these spaces downtown where there was more space, right? Where we're providing more space for pedestrians, and so that was one of the other factors. And so it was not just being driven completely by the desires of businesses. They certainly were a factor, right? But that they weren't the sole factor. And so that's why, for me, even if we're not sort of getting full support for all of those businesses, that it's still sort of important to have at least 2 key blocks closed. And so, and again, this is a vastly scaled down operation than what we started off with, which was complete closure
Sure.
of all of Santa Cruz. And so,
but I'm just saying, you know, we had the criticism that we were sacrificing our retail businesses and the retail businesses' needs to help a couple of restaurants. And in that block, even the restaurants don't want it closed. So if council chooses to keep it closed, even though the businesses want to open, I'll go there if it takes it to get this passed, but it doesn't make sense to me.
Councilmember Nash.
So I'm looking at the option, which I believe Chamber has recommended, and they are saying keep it closed. And very honestly, I will only vote for it if it's,
all right, keep it
closed for exactly the issues that Vice Mayor Combs stated.
All right. Sorry, Galata Bistro, I tried. Okay, so I'll make that change to my motion.
Thank you all. And so for clarification of the record, City Council Member Carlton, can you please restate your motion?
Sure. We open up the north side of the street, also known as the left side of the street. Staff works with Anne's Cafe and Roma to make sure that they have the space that they need in the parklet for all the seating, because we want to make sure that they're good. And we leave Evelyn to Crane closed, and we leave Curtis to Doyle closed.
Yeah, and on the right side of the street. Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I'd like to make a friendly amendment that staff also works with Bistro Vita to work through, they need more certainty, and to see whether we can get something more certain for them.
And Councilmember Nash, when you say something more certain for them, are you talking about the permit commitment time?
Yes, I'm sorry. So more of a permanent commitment or longer than our temporary closure. And essentially, I assume that Ms. Chow can, tease that out with them. But from the letter that, and I'll be happy to forward the letter that I've received to Ms. Chow, but it's essentially they really need more certainty before they make more investment. Thank you.
Okay.
I'm good. I'm good with that amendment.
Okay, so if I have this correct, we have a motion by City Council Member Carlton to open the north side or left side of the street to traffic and direct staff to work with businesses to create parklets as needed, leave between Curtis and Doyle and Evelyn to Crane on the south side or right side closed. This is to be done by October 1st of 2020. To also work with businesses regarding parklet commitment time, and this should remain through the end of February 2021. All right, so do I have a second?
Councilmember Nash.
Did we want to there was some discussion about, well, I'm concerned about us spending too much money and just want to make sure that we are, that we're making serious improvements as we're spending the money. So I'm wondering if what staff's understanding is at this point of the money, because there was some discussion about helping with some of the parklet, some restaurants setting up parklets, and very honestly, I sort of feel like that we're through the pilot stage of that, so I am not in favor of large expenditures there unless, well, just generally not in favor of large expenditures to help individual businesses set up parklets, as opposed to more really benefiting downtown and cleaning it up.
Thank you, Councilmember Nash. So what staff has been assisting local merchants with are the barriers and the barricades. So that would be to primarily delineate between the street closure and their operations, just to provide that safety measure. In terms of other aesthetic improvements, we've done the planter boxes and we planted those. We have our crews go out there 3 times a week to keep the planter boxes in good shape. We have this trees, but in terms of furnishings, awnings and things of that, those are being provided by individual businesses.
Thank you.
And
That's
so my
great.
understanding is that we will continue to provide the barriers to businesses that need assistance, but okay.
Great, you've been great. Thank you.
And if I can maybe just get a clarification on the motion, my understanding. So Bistro Vita and La Bank, they do operate out in the travel lane. And so we just need a clarification from the council that the use of the travel lane is now being permitted. That was something that was not permitted before. They extended it out. It, you know, definitely has been successful, but we want the council, if the council's desire to use the travel lane, then if we can provide that as part of the motion, and then.
Yes, that's part of the motion.
Great.
Councilmember Nash.
What does that mean for bicycles? Because I'm not in favor of prohibiting bicycles.
Yes, so use of the travel lane would prohibit bicycles in that area, and so we would need to provide some signage in order to reroute bicycles.
So,
is there any way to allow them to use it for dining while allowing, I guess that's 2 conflicting things. If someone's riding their bicycle, we don't want them careening into dancing people, but what is your suggestion on how to balance that, Deanna?
I think if we do want to continue use it as it is operating today, then we would put up signage which does not exist today.
Councilmember Nash, sorry.
Thank you. So what if we were to restrict the use of that to evening dinner hours when presumably there would be less bicycle traffic, and certainly when the kids going to and from school would not be using it. So the restaurants would actually have to move the tables out of the way for during the day.
Great. So I think Ms. Nagaya wanted to address this particular topic.
Yeah, while we're waiting for Ms. Nagaya, I'll just chime in, and maybe Ms. Nagaya will say everything I'm saying is wrong. But first of all, I think this is already happening, right? And so this is a situation where the horses left the barn, right? They're already using those travel lanes. They have already sort of put tables out in that area. And so, but my only concern is that, like, in theory, like we say that this is, of this entire pilot, this section is the most successful, and that is because it is being made use of for proper social distancing and for and for you know, for people having dinner. And so then if we're going to then come back and say, well, you know, we also it's not as successful because it's not being also used, or we're not allowing bicycles to travel through there. I just think we're at some point we just have to say what our priority is, and make that decision. But I don't think we can sort of just expect everything to be allowed, right? And so if this is the most successful portion of this project, it is because the most of that area is being used in ways that allow these businesses to expand. Okay, with that, you can certainly respond after Ms. Nagai and Councilmember Nash.
Yeah, thank you, council members. So we did look really closely at the width of that travel lane and whether we could provide space for both tables as well as some area for bikes to move through. When we last repositioned the planters that provide the barricades on both ends of all the street closure sections, we provided a gap so that bicyclists could fit through, because the terms of the permit, the temporary outdoor use permit, did restrict the use of the travel lane for businesses. So our initial thought was that the travel lane area would be used for people to be able to social distance while walking, and then to bike through the closed sections of the street where vehicle traffic was no longer allowed. So I think with the tables in the street, there's just frankly not enough space to allow for tables, social distancing requirements, and then enough space for bike traffic to move through. And what I've observed is that the majority of bikes trying to get through that section tend to ride wrong way on the north side of the street around the closure. And in certain times of the day, that's probably okay, although it's against all the vehicle code rules, just with the level of traffic and the activity level downtown. But it's not something that we would want to encourage or to sign as part of like any kind of detour. So if they can't fit the bikes through the section that's closed from Curtis to Doyle, our recommendation would be to put up some detour signage to guide them down to Menlo around the detour section, or up to Oak Grove and around the detour section accordingly.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. So I was actually wondering if we could try with the best of both worlds, where my observation is most of the, much of the time, the tables are not being used in the sort of extension outside of their parklet. And so I was truly suggesting that the businesses, actually not the city, but the businesses pull their tables so that there's, I don't know, 6 foot, 8 foot section. Basically, they pull tables back and then put them back, because they have to set the tables and get them ready anyway. And it seems, I don't think that they're, anyway, I would like to see some way that we could, if possible, have pedestrians and bicyclists use that area during, not all of it, but some of it during the day, closest to the median, and then the restaurants would pull, those final tables out for dinner time.
Councilmember Mueller.
I think these are all topics worthy of conversation, but I don't think they're right yet. So I don't think we need to shoot from the hip tonight on it. We can ask Ms. Nagai to come back to us and provide us with options that we can think about when a well brief, because school isn't open today. And so it's something that can be brought back to us on a agenda, either our next one or the one after that, where we can look at options, be well briefed, to make an informed decision that evening on what we think is most safe. So I think that tonight we can proceed with what was in front of us, and then we can look at what the options are with respect to school, the school-aged kids. But my guess is there are stakeholders who didn't know we were going to be talking about that this evening, probably would want to weigh in terms of parents and the schools themselves. And also candidly the restaurant owners, and so it would make sense to. And then I think it's probably fair to the professionalism of our transportation engineering team to give them the opportunity to look at this and make a solid recommendation in a briefing. So I would suggest that.
I think this is something staff is asking for direction on. right? And so I think Mr. Gaia has said it doesn't work, right? There is no way you can have bikes being able to access that and also make this available to the restaurants as they are now using it. And so I don't know what they come back with.
Well, she just said that they could go ahead, and so I think right now, I mean, what I think is it's not ripe or briefed well enough yet right now. So what's being said to us is, well, can we have them move the stuff away or bring it back? And I candidly don't know what that looks like in terms of how much is cut away. And also, candidly, there's liability issues, because once you have that interaction of bikes going through, at what speed? And what if you have a 75-year-old sitting at a table at a certain specific distance? What's the distance that person needs to be away, where you aren't risking some sort of collision with someone who comes out of that bike lane? So do you need to put in safety features between the bike lane and those who are seated there, because there is no curb? But alternatively, if we reroute them up to Oak Grove, do we need to take away parking on the side of the street along Oak Grove and then around the corner? All of those things that need to be, all those things I think would be required for us to make a decision like that this evening. I think the decision that we would have this evening is, do we just foreclose and tell them, sorry, you can't bring bikes into this area right now because we're observing a behavior that we think is not appropriate for what is there? But in terms of going further to that, to allow those bikes there in like a specified controlled manner, I just don't think it's right.
So just so I can understand, so at this moment, there are tables being put in this travel lane, right? And as part of the initial sort of establishment of this pilot, those were supposed to remain sort of travel lane for bikes, right? Or the tables were not supposed to be there. And so this is happening, right? And so either I don't think that we can sort of not act at all in this instance. Either we have to instruct staff that they need to tell the restaurants to not have their tables in this area, which they're not allowed to, and then they have to wait until they hear otherwise from us, or we can say like, yes, we can essentially legalize their actions in this moment. But I do think we have to say something, because like I said, because this is happening.
I agree, and I agree with you, and I'm sorry if I wasn't being clear. What I just meant was, with the status quo the way it is, I would say that we would legalize what the status quo is now, and then come back with options to change the status quo, because we have time, because school is closed presently, and the status quo became that way because, let's face it, it was able to.
Okay, yeah, totally fair. Councilmember Carlson.
Sure. I don't know if you guys got the notice, but our color has changed, and it looks like schools might be open in 2 weeks. So just giving everyone that timeline. Of course, everything could be different tomorrow, but there you go.
Councilmember Nash.
I would like to ask staff to come back to discuss the options with the restaurants and see whether they need the tables for during the day, and whether it would be a huge imposition to pull them back and not seat anyone there. So it's not, it is trying to move them out of the way so that they are no longer they will certainly be taking up some of the roadway, but that there is a viable bike and pedestrian lane there during the day when it's most used, and as in the evening hours, that they can use that space fully, and we won't have bikes, and they use the space fully for dining, which has been very successful for them. So basically try and sort of make it work for both parties. And I don't know if it would. I agree with what Councilmember Mueller was saying, where it would be beneficial to have someone talk to them. And
yeah, I think my sense is, and I'll turn over to Councilman. I don't know that works, right? If you're telling bikers you can use this during certain times, and then other times there are people like dancing in the middle of what where you could access it. I think, but we obviously, I'm totally supportive of staff coming back and of them coming back, but I I see it being easier just, as Ms. Nagaya said, saying like, you have to detour here and not just being versus this sort of like this time. But I'll let Councilmember Mueller comment.
Yeah, and I'm not trying to be difficult. I'm trying to now understand, because I'm playing this out in my head and I'm thinking, okay, so Ms. Nagaya, is where we would potentially end up is what we would say is the extra space in the roadway past where the parklet is. Would that be reserved for walking and biking? So basically the area we took from the cars, all of that area would be reserved for walking and biking, or how much of that area would be parsed out for a bike lane and tables and chairs? Because I just, as my gut instinct tells me, there has to be a pretty big buffer if we're going to allow people to be biking between biking, which is a vehicle, and those tables.
Yeah, those are all good questions, and that's exactly what we were looking at when we looked at the width of the travel lane. So the terms of the initial temporary outdoor seating permit program allowed businesses to use the parking areas as part of their street cafe kind of expansion program. So as part of their permit submittals to the city, they submitted plans or layout drawings of what they would put in those parking spaces, but the terms of the ordinance did not allow for any kind of furniture to be placed in the travel lanes. The original, I think, thought was that would be space to provide extra room for social distancing for people walking through downtown or biking through the street. So I think that's where we've struggled with then the enforcement on the businesses that have the tables in the travel lane and how to handle those instances going forward. So that's what I think Ms. Chow was seeking clarification on as part of the initial request, is whether we should work with those businesses to enforce the terms of the permit program as written, or if we should pursue another alternative for bike traffic and allow them to keep using the street since they're set up in that fashion now.
But would it require, because I'll be candid with you, I didn't realize that they wouldn't be allowed to go out past the parking spaces. And so to allow the bike lanes, for that to be safely occur, would that then limit them to being in the parking spaces?
So the width in that particular section from Curtis to Doyle, the width of the travel lane is between 13 and 14 feet. And so the width of a required, what we call a multi-use path, a space for people to walk and bike, is 8 feet. So that leaves somewhere between 5 and 6 feet for tables and a server to access those tables, which is not enough space in order to get somebody safely to somebody's to someone's table in a restaurant and provide food, drinks, and all of that. So I think that's the constraints that summarizes the constraints that we're working with, and that's why we were concerned about the continuing bike traffic through that area, or what we're observing now is that bikes are just detouring wrong way down the street around that block that's closed with the tables in the street.
I mean, yeah, I'll just add, like, again, I was there Sunday, right, after the farmer's market, and there were tables set up in that travel lane, right? There was actually a band playing, like, partially into the travel lane, right? And so again, I think the question is, do we legalize this behavior or not? And Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, and so my other question is then, because the other issue then is, are they under the current permitting, are they allowed to be setting up on the sidewalk, on the entire sidewalk?
So I believe they already had some amount of sidewalk seating permitted prior to the street cafe construction in the 2016 timeframe, so that they were the initial call for interest in that program was based on the businesses, the restaurants already having a sidewalk seating permit of some kind. So I believe they already had some amount of tables on the sidewalk prior to 2016, and those have continued.
So this is my difficulty to my colleagues in that when we did this, you know, we made the pitch. I thought we were making the pitch to our downtown business owners and to our residents that we were doing this to save our businesses so that they had increased capacity to make up for the capacity that they did not have within their stores, within their businesses. And so if what we're saying to them is, well, you can have your, especially for those businesses which already had parklets, you can have your parklets, but really what we're doing is recapturing the street from cars so that people can walk in it, then I'm not sure that they're going to be excited about that trade-off, right? Because it's like, okay, I'm not getting increased capacity in the street. I'm just eliminating the cars so that people can bike and walk there, but the sidewalks are still available for them to walk on. I'm not sure that's what we had said to them when we did this. And if the answer is, well, then, you know, we should just open the whole thing up to cars because we think we need to make it safe for bikes, then that's fair. But I think that we have to be intellectually honest about what it is.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I guess I feel like we need more data before we make a decision, because essentially the dining is not happening at the same time when people are trying to ride their bikes. And so it seems like there might be some sort of compromise that is available where people are not dining while we have it available for bikes, that it's just used for the storage of the tables and then the tables are brought out. And obviously you do have to make sure that there's enough room for everything, but it seems like that it's worth trying to see whether we can have both bikes available during the day and the dining at night, because it's been a wonderfully, you know, I think all of us are thrilled with the vibrancy that it has added to have the tables out there and have more people out there. And it's presumably making the restaurants able to stay afloat. But it also seems like there might be a compromise where we're able to use, have bikes there during the day. And it takes a little more research to figure that out.
Councilmember Carlton.
In my heart, I love the idea, Councilmember Nash. My concern is that people aren't as aware of their surroundings as we might like. And we have found in previous things that when you change things, when you change the time, people don't notice that time so much, particularly if you change it at night. And if someone's riding their bike during the day, there's a non-zero chance that somebody might be riding their bike at night and maybe not see the signage or assume that it's open. And I'm not saying I disagree with the idea. I think it's a great idea, but I kind of to Councilmember Combs, or sorry, Vice Mayor Combs's point, I'm a little concerned about making sure that if we do that, that it's really well, that the signage is really clear, that we don't set ourselves up for someone not realizing that it's closed at night and injuring themselves or injuring themselves and someone else.
Councilmember Nash, were you going to say something?
I just wanted to point out that when the tables are there, it's really, really obvious. And they also, right now we have the gallery, and I'm missing the name, I think it's the Peabody Gallery, that's right now has some something right in the street, which everyone seems to be able to avoid, right outside Starbucks. You know, they've got a nice panel with art on it. I don't think it's, you know, I can understand it if it wasn't such a significant dining area, but I think that you've got a couple things. One is there are different populations of people who are using it, and I think that it's pretty obvious when the tables are set up, they've got nice lights, and it's not something that I think would be difficult to recognize that there's impediments and you couldn't bike that way.
I'm going to second Councilmember Carlton's motion. I don't know if it had a second. And I would, if there were any like amendment, I would add friendly amendment. It would be that based on staff's ask that we incorporate into the ordinance that the travel lane can be made should be used or can be used by the restaurants, but also asking staff to come back with further detail on this, whether there possibly can be some compromise. But I do want to provide some legitimacy to what is happening now, and to the status quo, but I'm open to sort of to exploring it. But I don't want to sort of stop the process based on sending staff on this chase, which I don't think will be fruitful, but I'm certainly open. And so that's how I answer. So that would be my second. I see Councilmember Mueller wants to comment.
I'll support that, but what I'll also say is I'm not foreclosed to the idea of using the bike lane for walking and biking. I just need the travel lane, but I just don't think that there's adequate notice to the restaurants or the public that would be what the intent would be of this project at this time. So I think it's important to be briefed that way. I think we should look at, I think that it should come back to us with that as one option, with the Oak Grove option, and then also with the hybrid option that Betsy's talking about, if that's feasible. But I think I'm not foreclosed to the idea that we would use the travel lane that way. But I think that we need to have a discussion, because what we may hear from folks is that, well, if you're going to use the travel lane, if you're going to recapture that much of the travel lane, then just open it up and just use the parklets only, the way it was, which would be fair. I mean, we should get that input from everybody, because we may hear that from Bistro Vita and Left Bank too. They might just say, well, open it up to traffic then and just let us use the parklets, right? We might hear that from everybody on the street, which would be fair.
Councilmember Nash.
I guess I'm actually not in favor of opening it up entirely and not letting the restaurants use the space. I'm trying to figure out if there's a way to do it. And I would like to just have staff, if they will, I mean, just have a brief conversation with the restaurants and find out whether or not it's feasible to do that. And I guess also give an opportunity for people to realize about the bikes.
So I just wanted to check in, if I can, on that particular issue. Is it the expectation that the restaurants would be moving the tables, or is it your expectation the staff would be? Because some of those tables are being located in non-conformance of the council's original direction, but we're going to legalize that now. Is that what you're proposing?
Yeah, essentially that was what I proposed. Yeah,
Okay.
Well,
then,
we don't have to legalize that just to say we're just not allowing bikes to go through there anymore. Bikes need to use the alternative. Bikes need to take the alternative roadways around it. Like, we don't have to say we're altering the permits, Starla. We can just say bikes aren't allowed through this area anymore. This travel lane is closed.
okay, and so bring it back in January, is that the expectation?
No, I think we've said that on this, I believe what we said earlier was that we'd like this portion brought back to us as soon as possible. Because candidly, the options weren't briefed tonight on alternatives for the council to consider.
I would just point out that we currently have an agenda that's showing about 7 hours in length for next week. Follow on agenda is about 5 or 6 hours in length. So we can add it to the 22nd if you want, but I don't know how quickly the staff could put together the information either.
Well, but the difficulty is, Ms. Robinson, that, and without questions this evening, we didn't know how much even of the travel lane that would need to be recaptured to allow bike lanes on it. right? To allow the bikes to go with the tables. And certainly we haven't been able to, that wasn't briefed to the public either. So that makes it very difficult to make the decision of whether or not the trade-off is to open the entire lane up for traffic through and cars, and whether or not that's a trade-off that the businesses want. Because I don't believe that it's well known out there that if we pull that back, the only space the businesses will be able to use is the parklets. Like, all of this information wasn't included in the staff report. And so we're just asking for a supplement of that so we can give notice to the public and be able to make a decision on that.
Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, we're happy to put that together. I'm just saying it's going to take some time. So we'll come back as soon as we can.
Okay.
The difficulty is that school may be starting though.
Well, we can, Judy, you can come back. We have a motion in a second.
So I do need some clarification on your friendly amendment, Vice Mayor Combs. Is it to add the detour signs now and then have staff return with bicycle traffic options?
Yeah, I need some clarification on my amendment. I don't know. I mean, my whole idea was trying to give staff some direction and some cover in while they went in and brought back more information. But then I don't, I'm again, please others chime in. I think my concern is that then if we're now asking for them to go and actually officially put up these detour signs at this moment, that seems to be taking us very clear along a path of essentially, you know, being very clear that the travel lane can't be used by bikes. And so I'm a little stumped, honestly, about what direction to go in. Councilmember Nash.
So I'm totally stumped with you. My question is also, are we only talking about essentially where the two restaurants are, or are we talking about the area in front of Fleet and Galata Bistro, which seems to me that it's a perfectly good place to walk and bike. And so I guess, where are the detour signs?
So
what
I have here is from Curtis to Doyle.
Yeah, because it's not an issue in front of Galata Bistro and Fleet Feet, because you know no one's setting up in the street, right? And so this is an issue with regards to Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so where I am on this, guys, is I just want to do what's safe. So, but I don't know what to do. I just want to do what's safe. And so what's safe is we recapture it, and we recapture the area for walking and walking and social distance and biking multi-use, and then we see how long that lasts. And we hopefully have something come back to us that either allows a hybrid or some alternative. But I don't think because there's testimony tonight from our transportation engineering staff that people are going the wrong way on a roadway, and because I just don't think, and because we have testimony that schools, you know, could be opening here soon, and we don't have a secure, safe routes that's been vetted by council or voted on. The safe routes that we have right now goes the way that it goes. I think that we're in a position where we need to do what's safe, and that's recapture those travel lanes for biking and walking in a multi-use, and then have options come back to us to decide on whether or not we want to alter from that, but do so well knowing that once that trade-off is seen and businesses see that, they might just say open the whole thing up to cars and just use parklets. But I think that with the options we've been presented this evening, I think we just have to default to what's safe.
But, and I'll acknowledge, that approach then, doesn't it kill the dancing at night? I haven't gone to it, but, and so, I mean, we're taking, again, the one bright spot of this, or not the one, but the brightest spot of this whole project, right? And we're essentially, you know, hobbling it in a way that doesn't. Again, like I think you made this point, Councilmember Mueller. If you don't let those restaurants come out into that area, then if you're constricting them just to the parklets, right? Is that enough of a bargain for them, right? They're really not, you know, capturing the space that's commensurate with their indoor space. And so, Councilmember Crompton. I'm sorry.
I agree with Councilmember Mueller that we have to default to safety. I'll throw out this to see if this makes people happier. I really think that doing times can be confusing, and this is why I support what Councilmember Mueller is saying. What if we they only have dancing one night a week? What if we close it during the weekend?
Councilmember Nash, I'm so if staff says that's doable, I'm supportive of that. Councilmember Nash.
We're talking about doing all this for something that literally happens one night a week.
But I think, like I said, I was there on Sunday, and they were using those spaces. They were in the travel lane. So
My point is it's during the weekend.
Okay, yeah, weekend. So maybe
Students during the week.
Yeah, I don't know if like on a random like sort of Wednesday night, right? That those, you know, they've set up into that space. Councilmember Nash.
So I would love to hear our city attorney's perspective.
And just as we wait for Cara, there's always the option of temporary signs as well. Whether we do it the weekend per City Councilmember Carlton's suggestion, or if we just did it temporary closures from Curtis to Doyle until staff can return with those bicycle traffic options.
Ms. Silver.
Thank you. From a legal perspective, what we would prefer to do is, number one, make sure that all of the permits that have been issued that the uses are in compliance with those permits. So if we do have users who are encroaching beyond the footprint of the permitted space, that is an issue that could impose some a safety concern. We also have a situation where the permits were granted under one set of circumstances, which was that the whole street was going to be closed, and now those circumstances have changed. And so that could also create a safety concern. And then in terms of the testimony that we've had of unsafe use currently by bicyclists, that's also certainly an issue. So there are a series of concerns that I think have been flagged. And it sounds like from just a practical standpoint that the best solution here would be to, number one, get the permits squared up so that the footprints do comport with the permits, and that would be what we could expand the permit to capture that extra space, or the council could direct us to revise the permits to take back the square footage. And then I think also that we need to post some signs from just that would for now allow an alternative bike route while staff comes back and analyzes other options.
Councilmember Nash.
So what would happen if we were to close, if we were to keep it open during the week and close it from Friday nights to Sunday through Sunday nights?
Yeah, I think that would work. Now the question is, have we agendized that? Does the public have notice of whether that's whether that was a consideration? Because that is different than what was described in the staff report. And I don't know if businesses are going to want further input on that issue or not.
Well, it seems better than just taking them out totally for now.
Can I just, Councilmember Combs?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah,
Vice Mayor,
yeah.
Can I just clarify? We're not talking about taking it out. We're talking about the restriction on bikes being taken out. So the closures that we're talking about are still in place. They're just going to be open to biking and walking, but on weekends they would not be open to biking anymore. So that is something that's noticed, because we talked about within the notice of the agenda this evening, putting up detour signs. It's just we're limiting the use of those detour signs just to the weekends.
Right. Right. Yeah.
I'll support that.
So then if we go back to my attempt at a second, the friendly amendment would be that there would be temporary detour signs from what, Friday to Sunday through Sunday, you know, alerting bikes that they can't travel through and to go in get Oak Grove or Menlo, whatever direction staff deems appropriate. Councilmember Mueller, were you going to say something?
Yeah, I was gonna say Friday at like 4 p.m. until Sunday at like midnight.
Okay.
11:59.
Okay. Oh, Councilmember Nash, sorry.
Sorry. I would, if we can do that from Friday 4 p.m. to Sunday at midnight, I think that would, then perhaps staff would not need to do more work on this, if that works.
I disagree with that. I think staff's gonna need to do more work. I think we are gonna hear from businesses who are gonna say, open the whole street up. They're gonna say, look, it's not worth it to us. We want the traffic back from the cars.
Can we call a question? Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Ray. Excuse me.
No, it's all right. I'm just gonna say, I think we need to know, I think we're gonna need to have those other options, because I think what we're gonna hear from business owners, if I'm Ali at Bistro Vita, I'm thinking, well, I'm giving up cars 5 days a week when I'm not really getting any benefit from putting anything out in the street for 3 days a week, for 3 nights a week. I'm not sure it's worth the trade-off. So I think we're gonna need those options later on. And I know further down the street where they don't have dancing, at those other 2 pockets where there is no dancing on the weekends, they're just gonna be like, why are we even doing this if we can't even reclaim that area?
Councilmember Nash.
So I'm confused again. I thought we were strictly talking about Bistro Vita and Left Bank. I thought we were not.
Doyle is what I have in the record right now.
Yeah.
Right. We're not. Which are the other folks?
So we're not having pockets closed in any other portion of the street?
We are, but it's not the issue. There aren't, you know, sort of tables being placed in the middle of the street, as is Councilmember Carlton and I think I and others have observed for that other block that's closed. And so it's not an issue. Bikes aren't going to run into people having dinner along the other portion of Santa Cruz.
Yeah, but I think, guys, look, the question is whether or not you have the option. Like now we're telling them they don't even have the option, right? So if I'm Galata Bistro and you come to me and you're like, wait, you're taking from this and I don't even have the option of putting anything in front of my, like, are you kidding me?
Yeah. and Bistro Vita can, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And Bistro Vita and those guys can down the block, but on my street and this street further where you've closed it, I don't even have the option to put anything in the street. Like, I just don't think it's gonna last.
So the issue is though that it's not pressing. It is not a pressing issue in that, because I don't know that we solve all of these things right now. And so I think I would prefer if we just left it to the Bistro Vita, Left Bank, the Doyle, the Curtis. Again, because I think we're going to open up another can of worms if we then try to tackle the possible issues that might emerge between Evelyn and Crane. And so in that sense, Judy, do you have like and Councilmember Carlton, are you okay with that friendly amendment?
Yeah, call the question.
Okay.
We're going to be tweaking this. I mean, it's not, this isn't written in stone. We're working, as I said, we're working to balance this out. I don't, and we also will get more information as we move forward on this too. But I do believe that we need to err on the side of caution, of safety.
It's funny because where I am now, guys, I'm actually really skeptical of doing it like a lot of bistro and all the other areas, because I'm just like, there's no benefit for them. They're like, they don't want it and they can't even use the street anyway. So well, what's the point? Like, it's not like they can move out into the street. Like, and they're using their parklet already.
I don't think we're talking about that block.
No, but I'm saying, like, why are we closing the street there?
Yeah.
Like, there's no benefit to the businesses to close the street there anymore.
Well, thank you. I asked that question about an hour ago.
So before, I thought they could move their stuff into that street if they wanted to, but now they can't do that. All they can use is their parklet anyway.
Again, it goes back to the whole idea of providing some social distancing, right? Like, right, providing, and so not necessarily just about the businesses, but I do think, again, and again, it's all valid, right? I think we've all been on all of the different sides of this issue over the past couple of hours, and so.
Well, I think it's fair to say that we're going to need to look at this again probably before January, because I think that it's going to be. I think unfortunately, I think there may be a poison pill that's occurred now.
Okay, so I can restate the motion for the record as well as members of the council. So I have a motion by City Council Member Carlton and a second by Vice Mayor Combs to open up the north or left side of the street to traffic, direct staff to work with businesses to create parklets as needed, leave between Curtis and Doyle and Evelyn to Crane, the south side or right side, closed. Complete this by October 1st, 2020, and work with businesses regarding parklet commitment times. Add temporary detour signage for bicycle traffic from Curtis to Doyle from Friday at 4 p.m. through Sunday to 11:59 p.m. and direct staff to return with bicycle traffic options. And this is to remain through the end of February 2021.
Call the question.
Okay, so with that, is there any further discussion?
No.
Thank you.
Sorry, Ray, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, you guys really think that we're being intellectually honest when we say this is going to be in place till February 2021?
No, I think that it's going to come back, and I don't know when. So
why don't we just say, you know, with a check-in scheduled between now and February, one more check-in scheduled between now and February 2021.
Okay.
When staff can bring it back. Like, let's be honest about what it is.
Absolutely.
I think baked in was this idea that they were going to come back with other options regarding sort of the bike detouring, right? And so we were certainly going to see this before February.
Yes, because per the direction of the council, you want to see it before January, which was initially proposed by the city manager. So the assumption is that staff will be returning with at least the bicycle traffic options before then.
Yes.
Okay. So with that, we'll by roll call vote. City Council Member Carlton.
Aye.
City Council Member Mueller.
Aye.
City Council Member Nash.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Combs.
Yes.
And the motion passes with Mayor Taylor absent. Thank you. And Mayor Combs, I will display the next agenda item for you.
Yeah.
At this time, we do have item H2 continued. So we will move on to H3.
Okay. H3, provide clarification on air quality monitoring sensor purchase, installation, and communication with SMC Labs. And so is there a staff presentation on this? Yeah, hello, Mr. Figueroa.
Yes, we can introduce Assistant City Manager Nick Pigueros. Thanks, Nick.
Thank you.
Councilmember Nash, were you?
Sorry, I was just wondering if we should be discussing this without Mayor Taylor. I don't know if anyone heard from her. I did not about this.
I have not. I just know she was not feeling well. Is there again? So let's take into account the city manager's direction that we have like 7 hours of agenda items for our next meeting. Mr. Figueroa, is there something here that's pressing that needs to be decided between now and a future meeting? Because I think, to Councilmember Nash's point, obviously the mayor has played a leading role in this agenda item, and so I think there's some level of discomfort with taking this up without her.
Yeah. Vice Mayor Combs, members of the council, Nick Pigueros, Assistant City Manager. I wanted to do a check-in to report information that emerged after the last council meeting when the council gave direction on this particular item. There were two directions provided to staff. First was to purchase 3 purple air quality monitoring sensors. Which at the time we had been advised that the lead time was 6 to 8 weeks out. That was in response in part to the delay in the San Mateo County Labs installing sensors that they had allocated to the Belhaven neighborhood in 2019, just about a year ago now. Subsequent to the council meeting, Mateo County Labs has confirmed that they will install the 2 monitors in the Belhaven neighborhood, both located on light poles, one at Kelly Field, one at Hamilton and Carlton. Those will be installed by the end of next week. And so there's that update and a question of whether the council wants to continue to send the letter that we were directed to send, and there's a draft of it in the council packet. And then the second question is, do the council want us to continue with the purchase of purple air, the purple air monitors, or if there is an appetite or interest in moving forward with a monitor that is the same monitor being pursued by San Mateo County Labs, is available as soon as possible. I mean, within several days, and has greater flexibility because it does not require electrical or Wi-Fi, whereas the purple air monitors do require both, which therefore limits the availability or the siting of those particular monitors. No decision needs to be made today based on direction from the city manager. I did place the order for purple air quality monitoring sensors. So those should arrive in 6 to 8 weeks, and we can begin to look at installing those. If the council decides to pursue the Clarity air sensors that the San Mateo County Labs is installing, we could cancel the order for the purple air and make that install. So I don't think there's an urgent issue this evening for council direction.
Okay, cool. Since we have taken up this item, Ms. Herring, can we see if there's public comment on this, just so we can get that out of the way, and then we can dig into as much or as little as this as we want to.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on item H3 regarding clarification on air quality monitoring sensors, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. I'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. So our first public commenter will be Katie Baruzzi.
Hi, I'm Katie Bruzzi, sorry, last comment of the night, and I'm just happy to hear that you are going ahead and purchasing these. I use Purple Air a lot. I live right over the freeway from the Bellhaven neighborhood and have noticed that we don't have air quality monitors in that neighborhood, and I think that's a problem. So I'm really happy to hear that you're doing this and was all set to make a case for it, but you're there. So now I'll log off, but thank you. Very important. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your comment. Are there any further public comments on item H3 regarding the purchase of air quality monitors? Seeing no further comments, Vice Mayor Combs, you may continue.
So opening up to how we want to proceed. Obviously, the order has already been made regarding the Purple Air monitors, but staff seems still to have some concern about you know, the installation and the necessary elements of electricity and Wi-Fi, and so there are those concerns. But they have been ordered. Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, so I'm actually surprised they were purchased because it was a 3-2 vote, and when the vote took place, what I said that I remember saying in the meeting that if we found I wanted, because it was 6 to 8 weeks out, wanted to send a letter to the county to find out when those other monitors were coming, because we might not need to purchase the Purple Air. And so those other two, and so we were told by the county pretty quickly that they had those other Clarity monitors. Those are the standard monitors that they're using. And, you know, when you look at Purple Air, I realized, you know, it's popular. It's a company with $5 million net revenue. And we didn't go out to RFP, and we didn't do a professional services like review and picking them. It's a popular startup in this area. And, you know, so, but usually, like, and if you look online, there's like, there's problems with them. There's formulas that they're finding that have to be applied to them, that the EPA is giving you like different formulas to apply to their readings, because their readings aren't always accurate, so that it actually matches up to an EPA reading. Like, it's not, you know, when you're working, when you're dealing with the startup, you put them through an RFP and a review process before you decide you want to purchase them. And then we had this other process that we went through for 2 years with a county standard. So, you know, I just I appreciate that we can cancel that, and I'm not trying to give staff, professional staff, a hard time on that. I personally think we should be going with the county standard, and if we're going to do something above and beyond the county standard, there should be a defined process, a review of the product for the product that we pick. So it's not like a popularity contest on what the hot startup is in your area.
Thanks for that comment, Councilmember Mueller. I'll just say it's the same argument I made at the last meeting, but with a lot more facts. So, Councilmember Carlton, I think you were next.
I'm sorry. It's getting late. I think I'm getting silly. I was under the same impression as Councilmember Mueller, that the only reason we were ordering this is because we didn't know if it was going to take months to get the air quality monitors from the county to be installed. So apparently the ones that we ordered are going to take about like 8 weeks to come in, and the county is going to install them in about 2. So I don't understand why we're still ordering the other air monitors if the ones from the county are going to be installed before we even get the ones. It seems to be a moot point.
Well, I'll just sort of add in, and again, you know where I landed on this, Councilmember Carlton. But part of the argument was that, like, you know, residents in Bellhaven couldn't go to the Purple Air website and see a number in their community. So it wasn't just this idea of like having, you know, air quality monitors, but it was specifically like this platform, right? I mean, the mayor had us bring up show that specific platform and show that there was in some neighborhoods no numbers. And so to staff's staff's defense, they had a 3-2 vote to order this and specifically this platform. Because again, Mr. Figueroa, and I'm pretty sure this has been said a number of times, and I just don't recall, like, where is the air quality information for those monitors that the county has ordered and will put in place? Where is that information surfaced?
Yeah. There is a link that was provided in the staff report to the open data map that Clarity provides. It's my understanding as well that the county health department will be making use of that data as part of their policy development and addressing local health concerns.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember Nash, I think you had your hand up.
Thank you, I did. So I actually am apparently in the minority here. I spoke with Manager Jerome Robinson this afternoon and was quite upset that they had not been ordered, even though we do have the clarity, because there is the 6 to 8 week lead time. And I have been doing some research on this as well, and purple air is actually quite well acknowledged that it does help with the smoke from the wildfires, which we have seen a tremendous amount of. And a couple advantages, I actually think that the county monitors and purple air both serve different purposes and are good in conjunction, especially given that we're spending less than $1,000 for purple air and there's very little effort involved. Purple air is a widely used platform. I do find it disturbing that there are none in the Bayfront area and think it would be beneficial to have some there. And since other people have not, anyway, and I think it's a good use of $1,000 of city money to do that. The purple air refreshes and gives you new monitoring stats about every 10 minutes. The other one gives it to you about every 4 hours. So when you want to use the readings to decide whether you want to go outside or do outdoor activity, given that the readings change regularly, I think it is very beneficial to have the monitors that give you regular readings. What the filter does now, it's called a LARAPA. Anyway, it essentially what they've done is the monitors were quite consistent, but I think last time I mentioned that they hold the numbers up higher. This actually brings it down so they track very well with the other monitors. And I think that it's incredibly beneficial. One of the things that I need to clarify is that I believe that the purple air monitors, the suggestion was to put them all around District 1 and not just in the Bellhaven area. We don't need 5 or 6 monitors in the Bellhaven area. That's was not the point. The point was to be able to put them around the Bayfront area so that we know over Haven Street through, perhaps the police substation or maybe Life Sciences, someone there will sponsor one of these, let us plug in and use the Wi-Fi. But I think that these are still
Councilmember Mueller.
Councilmember Nash, those are all very fair points, but the issue that I have with it is that they're not contained in the staff report, and this was brought to us as an urgency item without briefing to vote on. And the impetus for it being an urgency item was because we didn't have the air monitors yet from that multi-year process we were trying to get them. So once we had them and that issue was resolved, the underlying basis for the urgency item was gone. And so then it becomes a secondary issue of, okay, on top of the air monitoring now that we do have in this area, do we then proceed and want to go ahead and consider putting purple air there? If that is the case, and it may be the case, it still should be briefed, and we still should be able to compare that vendor to other vendors, and there should be a professional staff recommendation attached to that. I don't think it should be a process whereby it's one council member versus another council member sharing anecdotal information or information that they found on the internet not contained in a staff report. There was an urgency item that was brought because saying we don't have any air monitors here. And then we had a discussion of, well, we started this process, the air monitors should be coming, but just in case we don't get them, fine, we'll go ahead and order those purple air, and maybe they'll get here first. Well, those monitors got here. We have air monitoring with the standard that the county follows. So if that's the case, and we still want to consider purple air, the underlying basis for that is different, and I think it requires a professional staff report and a process. And that's my only point. It may be that all those things are that you're presenting are true, and I may be persuaded by those things, but I think I need to see them in a staff report and be able to do that. I don't think it's appropriate. I don't, in every $1,000 of resident money is resident money. I don't think it's appropriate that we're having a debate over whether or not to do it without an underlying staff report, a comparison of products, and me basically looking up something on my iPhone and you looking up something on your computer and us debating that in a way that's never been presented to the public. And so that's why I have difficulty with this, because the underlying basis for the urgency item as it was brought to us isn't there anymore.
Sorry, Councilmember Nash. I was on mute.
So I guess a couple of things. One is I had no idea that there was an urgency item coming. Just to set the record straight, I heard several people say that it was Cecilia and Betsy, brought this urgency item. No, I had no idea that it was coming forward. In fact, I was going to mention it as part of the COVID report, which is why early in the process last meeting, I said I wanted to pull that item. So just to set the record straight on that. Having said that, I think that one of our vendors, Team Sheeper, uses purple air extensively. We have a pool over at the Bellhaven pool, and I think it would be beneficial to have monitors over there. And since they have chosen the purple air monitors, I think it is less of a debate. And I guess my other comment, and then I will stop, but these staff reports cost well over $1,000, I'm sure, of staff time to write. So at some point, it's sort of ridiculous to be, I don't know how to make these decisions, but there's a lot of resources being invested in, at what point do you go to an RFP, how big a staff report, given that this was an urgency item. It's not something that I necessarily, from before.
Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, but it didn't originate with staff, right? So it's something that came from a council member. It didn't originate with staff, didn't come with the staff recommendation or staff researching one product versus another or presenting that to us with a health and safety need. And so that's, now it may be that because now we think that it's something worth investigating, that it's worth investigating, but it's not just the $1,000 investment. So if it's something that rises to the level that staff's looking at it and says, okay, this is a health and safety need not being met by the clarity, then, and we've asked them to look at it, then they'll put together, they'll bring together that recommendation. But the difficulty for me, again, is in this circumstance, the underlying reason for the urgency ordinance was that we don't have air monitors. And what we talked about at the last meeting was okay, so how do we choose the air monitor, especially when we're talking about, do we choose these or the standard that the county is using? We have the standard that the county is using. And I'm not saying that, I'm not even saying I'm against purple air per se. We haven't gone through a proper process. It's like if I were to show up one day and say, that I found something that I wanted us to do as an urgency item and approve that expenditure, like there better be, and we're going to totally circumvent our professional recommendation and purchasing process. Like there has to be an underlying mandate why. And I just don't, in this circumstance, that to me, that mandate is gone now because we have the air monitors we were waiting And if people want to investigate bringing purple air because they think that these air monitors don't meet that niche, then we can get a professional, and staff, who gives us a professional recommendation as such. But you and I looking at these different things, like I'm finding stuff that says I have to apply that the person who's reading this needs to apply a formula to understand what the true reading is for the wildfires.
So we're I saw your hand, Councilmember Nash. We're like 4 minutes from 11, and so we would need by some consensus vote to extend, which is totally fine with me. I will say that they have been ordered in, and again, as we all know where I stood regarding ordering them, but nonetheless, I don't think we could move in any sort of direction to cancel that order without the mayor being here or being a part of that discussion. But again, now to be transparent, I share Councilmember Mueller's concerns. But that being said, I don't think we can sort of substantially move on this issue without the mayor being present. I think we can assume though that there's no need to send a letter. I know staff, there were two things. So staff has ordered the monitors, and so we can hold those off to another discussion. And if the discussion ends in us not making use of them, then maybe hopefully there is a strong secondary market for selling purple air monitors that the city can benefit from. But yeah, but I don't know. I don't know if we need, if certainly we can take the vote to extend, or if we can try to wrap things up in the next 2 minutes. Councilmember Carlton.
Very briefly, Vice Mayor Combs, I apologize for the interruption. There is one item that we do have to get to this evening, and that's regarding the K1 League of California Cities Annual Conference voting delegate. So if we could just by consensus continue past 11, it won't be much after 11.
Okay, yes, I consent.
Perfect. Thank you, appreciate that.
All right. Councilmember Carlton.
Are we moving to K1 or are we still on H3?
I thought we'll
still on H3. You guys can wrap up H3. Yes.
Yeah. And and just really quickly for staff, do we need to vote with regards to the letter? Do you need us to actually vote to say you don't need to send it? Or,
no, we just need a consensus of the council on record.
Yeah. We need to send.
Yeah, okay.
Do not, right. So staff will not send the letter to the, and we'll bring the issue of purchasing additional air quality monitors to the council at a future date.
Yeah, because
before you leave, I have a question for you, Nick.
Please go, Councilmember Carlton. Yeah.
Thank you. I agree with Councilmember Mueller that this is a breach of process and a slippery slide. I also don't think that we're in the business as a city of eBaying stuff that we buy and can't use. If we can't use it, we cancel it. If we don't feel comfortable with the process, we cancel it, and we have a process, and then we order it after the process. It is 6 to 8 weeks out, according to the staff report. Nick, if and when can you cancel the order?
If the council gives direction tonight, I can attempt to cancel it tomorrow.
Okay. Can you attempt to cancel it next week? I'm saying, what is it? Do you have an idea on the timeline of when it might be canceled if that was the decision of council? I just want to know, are we having a moot discussion here that it can't be canceled anyway?
So the question is, when is the deadline to cancel? And the answer to that question, I don't have it. But I will have that information tomorrow.
Because I again, was under the same impression as I think Vice Mayor Combs and Councilmember Mueller, that the only reason we were ordering these was because we didn't have anything and we needed something. And as soon as I read that we have the other ones, I thought, great, we don't need these. And honestly, I think that a few in an area is good. I think 5 in one area is not great. I've had someone come to me from, God, it's late and now I'm blanking, the houses on the other side of Sand Hill Road. That area actually tends to have higher readings than any place in Menlo Park. and they don't have any in that area. So if it turns out that we have ordered these, can we then look at maybe other areas where we're lacking air monitors and use them in those areas? Not that I'm condoning this complete breach of protocol, but worst case scenario, if we can't cancel them, I'm just making a suggestion.
Yeah, I think I think one of the issues that staff is having is also with regards to installation, right? And so the ordering was always the easy part. I think again there is issues of having access to power and Wi-Fi, or just some of the other issues that make just generally the installation of these by a municipality a challenging endeavor.
Well, I'm willing to go with the majority here, but I'm actually comfortable canceling them because I feel like we ordered them because we were in an emergency situation and we needed something there, and now we know we don't need them because we have what we needed in the first place. Had the things that we had originally expected from the county arrive in last month, we would not have ordered the other air sensors. The only reason we ordered them is because we hadn't received them yet. Kind of to Councilmember Mueller's point. So if you guys feel really strongly, that's fine. We can punt this to next week and see what happens. But I feel like the direction of council was to have these as a fill-in for what we were getting from the county, and we have them. So yes, I see Bert has her hand up.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. Sorry, what was the timing of when the Clarity is going to be there?
So the county is installing their monitors by the end of next week.
So
that was the latest update.
Thank you. I would like to, it would be nice to know when is the last day we can cancel them, and to not cancel them until we actually have the Clarity monitors up and running and we're seeing data from them. Because we've had, there's just been a number of issues that have stalled the monitors, and until they are in and running, it seems like we should not precipitously cancel the others. The other issue is just, I think that it would be wise to look around the city and see if there was any other place. Mayor Taylor had recommended that, to take a look and see if there were other places in the city that might need them. And so I do think before we totally, depending what the situation is in a week or two, I think we should just possibly informally, maybe just staff takes a look at the situation. But I would like to hold off on this, given everything, until we, first of all, Mayor Taylor can weigh in, because this was her urgency ordinance, and to find out when is the last day we can return them, and make sure that we get the others installed and that there's no more hiccups.
Yeah, Councilmember Nash, I'll just say, I totally agree. I don't think that there is a desire necessarily to move forward specifically on canceling an order, even though there's lots of concern about it without the mayor being present, given that this is all the result of her emergency ordinance request. But I would say the reverse is that, again, then that's your other suggestion is I very much don't want to get the city engaged in a line of service that it is not engaged in, right? And that has no expertise. And so I'm actually even more concerned about the idea of well, then let's find other places to spread these throughout the city. Again, I had concerns, but which led me to vote against this, but I could understand that the mayor specifically saw something that she thought was not being information that she thought would be valuable to her neighborhood that wasn't being provided. But then if we go down this whole road and say that well, the city is now going to get into business again, at which it has no expertise, doesn't specifically have the infrastructure to install these things, I think is even more kind of problematic. I think Councilmember Mueller had his hand up, but I don't know. I think, please go.
Yeah, Vice Mayor Combs, thank you. I mean, and then you hit the nail on the head. My concern here, again, has to do with the process. So this was brought as an urgency ordinance, and I've covered the reasons why when that disappeared, then I wanted to default to process. And now we're talking about like a ad hoc basis of where we're going to sort of direct staff to think about putting these things. And again, I'm becoming increasingly concerned that we are putting staff in the position where they're constantly responding to ad hoc process. And we need to allow them the space to operate as professionals, to brief us with professional reports, to take direction in professional meetings, and that this not be ad hoc instruction on, well, let's consider this, let's consider that. If this isn't briefed yet, purchase this now. I think we need to really give them space to do their jobs, brief us up, have us give and give very intentional direction in city council meetings.
Councilmember Nash.
I'm sorry, I just have to not quite let this go. I do want to mention that this has been, Mayor Taylor has been trying to install air quality monitors in District 1 for well over a year.
Councilmember Nash, we all have been trying to install air quality monitors in District 1 for well over a year. This was something we all voted on together. Last week when we talked about it, we asked for a status update on those air quality monitors, and the vote was predicated on those air quality monitors being delivered from the county. Once we found out that they were actually at, and I very candidly in that discussion last week, I was the one who said, I want this urgent letter sent to the county, and had to convince folks it needs to be an urgent letter. Like, we all want that, but we have that now.
I'm just countering your comment that this is going to spread like a virus throughout the city. That, going to be doing other purchases without proper procedure.
I didn't say that. I didn't say it's going to spread like a virus. I said that we need to refrain. I'm concerned that we're starting to depart an ad hoc process. And I don't think we should do that. I think we need to stick to process in terms of what our purchasing is and how we direct staff.
I generally agree with you. I think that this was a unique situation.
All right, well, I think staff has what it needs. We won't send the letter to the county, and this will be added as in future agenda item for our 10-hour meeting that we're going to have next weekend. So, okay, with that, I'll Judy, is it okay as I just move on?
Yes, Vice Mayor Combs. I also wanted to bring up item H4, which is a plethora of updates and new city council procedures. Although this item was continued at the beginning of the meeting, there was a request to still discuss the cooling center procedure CC 20-019. Wasn't sure if you guys wanted to discuss that this evening or just continue the item in its entirety.
Do you need approval to, we have them installed now, so it's more a plan for the future, correct?
So what is being proposed with H4 is a procedure for the cooling centers.
So there's no sense of urgency.
And I will defer back to Nick Pegaris, who I saw just came on.
Yeah, thank you, Judy. The procedure, it was exercised this past weekend, during the heat wave that we had, and we continue to exercise the procedure. The reason to bring it before the council was to confirm that we are using the proper indicators to activate the cooling centers, because I think that there may be a desire to modify those by members of the public or members of the council. So Continue moving forward. Excessive heat warning or heat advisory, we will activate the cooling centers, and we can bring this back at a future date.
Yeah, I have to admit, Mr. Figueres, I have no visibility into a desire to add other sort of levers, and so do you know what those were, generally speaking?
Yeah, I believe the request was to peg the activation of cooling centers to a specific temperature, which staff had in its administrative policy had decided against, given the nature of heat. It could be hot during the day. If the trigger is 90 degrees or 95 degrees, it could be hot during the day, cool during the evening. We opted to rely on the National Weather Service's expertise relative to heat threats to sensitive populations, which is why we defer to their definition. Whenever they proclaim an excessive heat warning or heat advisory, we will activate our, and to be clear, the Weather Service does not use temperature as the only deciding factor. They use humidity. They're also looking at nighttime temperatures. So we feel that they have a better sense of when a cooling may be needed than we would setting an arbitrary temperature.
Councilmember Nash, thanks for that information.
Thank you. Do we know what the county, San Mateo County and Santa Clara County use for their opening their cooling centers? And I'm giving both counties because I've noticed that there's a little bit of a difference. It seems that Santa Clara County, at least I see messages from them before I see them from San Mateo.
I'm speaking, Councilmember Nash, are you speaking specifically to individual cities or speaking to the county itself? Because I would imagine El Viso has different temperatures than Saratoga or certain parts of San Jose.
Actually, that may explain why they do have different triggers. Basically, I'm just wondering, are there standards out there? Because it seems that 105 for Menlo Park, where very few people have air, not that many people have air conditioning, it might be worthwhile having a lower temperature. For example, 95, but I also don't want the staff to get into the business of having to be weather monitors. So I'm wondering, what do other cities, counties, whatever use?
Yeah, I mean, I did not do that research. I'm willing to venture a guess that there is heavy reliance on the National Weather Service and the advisories that they again are the experts in this particular field of study, and they do make corrections. If you look at their maps, they have different colors. Menlo Park could actually have two different warnings. One on the bay side could be lower than up in the hills. And so they do take factors into consideration. And again, it's not just temperature. 105 is their standard ignition, but they also do factor in nighttime temperatures and humidity. And duration, right? So if it's consistently over a healthy level, they will issue a heat advisory or heat warning.
So let's we have sort of substantively discussed this. So let's take public comment, and then we can go from there and see if there's going to be any specific action.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Combs. So at this time, if any member of the public wishes to speak on our current item H4 regarding the review and adoption of updated City Council procedures, specifically the cooling center activation procedure number CC-20-019, please engage that hand feature in the top right side of your screen. We'll have the opportunity to open up your microphone and you can address the City Council at this time. Okay, and at this time, I invite Pamela Jones.
Yes, I can't tell. Okay.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, yes. I want to thank the city for opening the centers, and I see it as consistent with the guidelines put out by the National Weather Service, which is what was stated on the county website. And but I would like to consider that it be maybe 5 degrees lower, simply because here in parts of Menlo Park, the houses were not built for weather, and most of them do not have air conditioning. I don't believe I could have had the house any cooler with air conditioning than what we did, and it's just because of the way these houses are made. So to consider that, number one, and the other thing is, and I go back to how we communicate this information to residents, because I'm concerned because not all residents are signed up for the alerts with the city, and for whatever reason they don't, whether they choose to or it really doesn't matter. But we need to figure out other ways of alerting people, and if it's about texting, then making sure that every resident knows you have to sign up for these things in order to get the information. But again, I really want to thank the work the staff did, and also to note that Facebook opened up one of its parking lots, which was open later in the evening than the rest of them, which made a difference. And by the way, it usually cools down over on Bayside in the evening. It did not. And added with the smoke, I can't imagine what it was like for residents all over the city. But again, thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Final call for public comment on item H4 regarding the cooling station proposed city council procedure. Seeing no further hands raised, Vice Mayor Combs, you may continue.
Cool, thanks. So how do we want to proceed? Obviously, staff is already operating under this guidance, right, Mr. Pegueros? And so is there a need to specifically act on it now? I know you said that there was concern expressed regarding the temperature as a lever, and obviously we just got the public comment sort of in a similar vein, but yeah, give me some sense of the timeliness needed here.
With respect to timeliness, I don't know what the weather forecast shows in the next week or so. However, I think that this past weekend is an example of the procedure working from an administrative level. And we do have some statistics regarding usage of the facilities, if the council's interested in that. Just 1 second while I pull that up here. So with respect to urgency, I don't believe that there's a significant urgency unless the council directs us to lower the threshold or the purpose or the threshold for active cooling centers.
And so to my colleagues, is there a desire to lower the threshold in some way? Councilmember Mueller.
Yeah, I think what we need to do is you need to, I think that the basis, I think you need to speak with county health. I don't think it should be like an ad hoc basis that we do. I think it should be county health driven. I think that they'll have, and I think that's based on both not just heat, but also humidity and moisture. I think they'll have guidelines on that that would be the standards to apply. Especially that because we're in a COVID environment and you don't want to be taking unnecessary risk, obligating people in one place when they don't need to be. Before I yield the floor too, I do want to thank Facebook. And sometimes it sounds like you're, I don't mean to be saying this to try to like toot my own horn on this. I'm actually being very grateful. I came to them and County Health with the idea of using that parking lot. It was outside the box and not something that they would usually do. But given the COVID-19 environment, because it's completely open air and you can flow air through it, it was an idea that brought to them to consider. And I was deeply grateful to them and County Health for jumping on that and developing that and rolling that out this weekend.
Councilmember Nash.
Thank you. I completely agree with what Councilmember Mueller just said, which is we should have county health input. And I was curious, how many people did actually show up at the cooling centers this weekend? And thank you so much for putting them together.
No, hats go off to the library and community services staff that really made it happen. So I want to thank them. For the weekend, we were open for 3 days at both the Aga Family Recreation Center and the Unetta Harris Community Center. We had a total of combined over the 3 days of 14 unique visitors. The Unetta Harris campus saw 1 visitor on Saturday, 2 visitors on Sunday, and 2 visitors on Monday. And the Arriaga Center saw 5 visitors on Saturday, 4 visitors on Sunday, and 4 visitors on Monday. And I think staff attempted to reach out to our known vulnerable populations, particularly our seniors, by calling them, advising them of the availability of the cooling centers. And as the public speaker mentioned earlier, we regularly look at opportunities to improve our outreach to the community.
So, Councilmember Nash, please. So I think that, again, part of the direction here is that we'll seek further sort of direction from the county health department on any sort of refining of the levers here. So, cool. Great. So I think we can move on unless someone has something additional to add.
Just confirming we don't need a motion for that, Nick. The direction is fine.
Yeah, come back with the any advice that the county health officer or health office recommend.
Thank you.
And so then, Judy, you were saying that the one I know we're not going to.
We're going. No one pulled any information items. The remaining items on the agenda are city manager report, city council member reports, including the voting delegation, and then council member requests, which is regarding city council priorities.
And I think we're going to pull the L1, right, the city council member request. And so then we'll start with city. We'll do city manager's report, see if there's any, and then do the city council members report. So city manager's report.
So given the late hour, I have nothing to report. Thanks.
Okay, thanks. And then city council member reports. And so we do have one agenda item listed and confirm voting delegate for the League of California Cities annual conference. Councilmember Carlton.
I'm just letting you know that I will be there because I'm hosting a panel at that event.
And just for the benefit of the city council, Mayor Taylor will also be in attendance.
Okay, and so do we need to select a specific delegate or just affirm that both the mayor and Mayor Taylor and Councilmember Carlton will be in attendance?
Yes, so what we can do is by acclamation, we can ask Mayor Taylor to be the voting delegate and city council member Carlton to be the alternate, if that works for the council.
That's fine with me.
Okay. Perfect. That was easy. So if there's any further city council reports, they can provide at this time, or we can just continue.
Councilmember Nash.
So I did have 2 council reports, and one is the Caltrain local policymaker group, where we had a long discussion about the high-speed rail EIR impacts and mitigations, which you read about in the report. Staff did a fabulous job with that. And then there was also a Stanford community resource group meeting, and that was primarily around this a historic district on Stanford campus that really doesn't affect the Menlo Park, the San Juan Historic District, and whether or not homes have to go through a historic review in order to have any renovations or remodeled. The one piece that I do want to mention is everyone should have received a note from Lucy Wicks at Stanford about the Stanford relocation project. And this is the project where they're moving some buildings from one part of campus. Actually, they're demolishing them on one part of campus and moving them over toward Sand Hill Road. And just to make sure that everyone is aware of that, and Stanford is willing to do a presentation if the council has an interest. Yes? Okay. Actually, can City Manager Jerome Robinson, would you like to, or are you available to set that up, or would you like?
Yes, of course, we will set that up.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Excellent. Thank you.
Councilmember Carlton.
Yeah, I've been working in support of the Menlo Park outdoor art, and there's going to be an outdoor art festival, and we're actually having it at Menlo College because they have a big secure garden where people can walk around and socially distance and enjoy the outdoor experience. And they are selling tickets both in support of the nonprofit and also in an effort to ensure that no more than 50 people are within the area following the county guidelines. So I'm letting you all know, and I will give Judy the URL so that we can publish that for anyone in the public who's interested. They've got amazing sculptures, really, really beautiful quality from international artists from around the world, as well as local artists, which I'm really, really happy that they're showing local artists as well. And there'll be ballet dancing and lots of fun events around it as well.
Thanks for that update. Any other updates? Well, I'll just really quickly add one update. I don't know if you guys have checked it out, but Councilmember Mueller has kicked off this Hometown Hero series with some other elected officials on the peninsula, where they designate community members who have sort of gone above and beyond with regards to sort of their service to their community during this pandemic. And so there have been a few Menlo Park residents nominated, and so I would encourage you guys all to check it out. It's posted, I know, on a social media platform that shall remain nameless. It may appear other places, but I see them there. But anyway, it's a really great. It's really great to read them, and so hats off to Councilmember Mueller for kicking that off. With that, I think we will adjourn.
Well done. Thank you.
Hope, Cecilia, hope you, if you watch this, hope you're feeling better.
And thanks to staff for staying late with us.